Alright, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は171日目です。It is day 71, and there is a bit of a technical issue. Take two already. I wanted to get ahead of it. So it appears that I have some audio recording problems. So it's probably going to be very noticeable today where the mic maybe has some peaking. Sometimes this happens. Now, it can be due to a Windows update. It could also be due to an OBS update, but typically it's not an OBS update. So my mic gain or the mic bass volume is double. It's double its usual level because something, either the software side or possible a hardware failure or something like that, the sensitivity of the mic has been reduced by 50%. So I'll have to review the audio after today and maybe potentially look for a hardware substitute. I don't actually have a substitute mic. This mic has served me well for more than... How long has it been? Might have been more than 10 years continuous use, right? So been a while. It's an Audio Technica AT2020 10 years ago. So now today there might be some peaking. I typically try to not use the mic at max, right? So there might be a chance this is a hardware. It's happened one other time, and that last time I checked the software and whatnot and refreshed some software, and it held up for another 6 months. So maybe it's the same thing. If not, then looks like I'm definitely been pushing off that mic purchase for a while now, and maybe an audio interface go with it. So today, excuse the sudden sun departure, but I tried to restart my PC, look at if all the software, these things are difficult to diagnose because my habitual patterns do not change when it comes to setting up all the stuff. So something changed. I don't know what it is, but it has reduced the mic sensitivity down to below the threshold of everything that I set for like noise suppression and all that whatnot. So hopefully it's not too bad, and I'll keep my voice to a certain volume. Typically this level that I have it set at right now, there is a potential chance that there's high frequency, like higher crackling. You know, these things happen. I mean, they're bound to happen eventually. I would say happening twice in the last 10 years is a pretty decent consistency. All right, so take two. As I was saying, today is level up day, right? And we have a level up along with maybe one or two units here. We're gonna go through all of them. Actually, this might be the first half, and then the last 32 might be these. So we might be 11 minutes away from the level up, and we'll do our review at the moment. Again, technical difficulties. I didn't want to start and have all this, manage this stuff in real time. I just stopped the original start again, see if something changed, but it doesn't. So now the mic's gain is at double. Hopefully it's not too bad. Can't really get ahead of these things if you haven't prepared for it. That does mean I have to go and troubleshoot this in the end of the day. Alright, so let's get into our reviews today so we can level up. These are this is one of the 2 days in an 11-day cycle that I actually learned something, like get new exposure to things. Right. Always refreshing. Alright, so let's get into this. Uni. And there is a chance that the audio that's coming from your end is probably relatively going to sound louder than the way I'm talking, because fingers crossed that suddenly the mic just doesn't completely fail in the middle of the stream. Otherwise, it's going to make tomorrow very awkward because I do not have a backup mic. We'll see. I've been living on the edge. One of the things that I didn't think to fail suddenly. Alright, Q. How do you say hurriedly? Oh no, suddenly and immediately. Right. Okay. Oh.
Akashi.
Toshokan. I'm not too upset about I wanted to make it clear. I'm not too upset about technical hardware failure. I mean, usually the electronics that I have tend to on average go well beyond their expected utility, and it's also a very great opportunity to reinvest in. I don't buy electronics very often. They usually are 5 to 6 year periods. This one's 10 years. So I have lots of mics lined up, as in over the last 10 years, I keep track of electronics. So I have a whole laundry list of features and whatnot, and then curating a list. So it's gonna be fairly fancy. Maybe I'll change up some stuff, change up the mood. We'll see. Money certainly is something tough to spend for someone who doesn't spend too much on themselves, but this is quite an adventure when things fail and I need to replace them. So there is a chance this mic is going out, and we're gonna reinvest in some stuff. That includes then that I'm gonna probably invest in an entire audio interface for other things. Audio interface would also encourage me to have a backup a backup mic in the future, although the audio interface could be a single point of failure. I'll have to consider those things. Hako. Shinpin. Meiji. Oh. Bento. Oh, this was added yesterday, right?
Kitaguchi.
Sorry, I added that. North exists. Yes, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. It takes me a while.
急ぐ
So good. Takes me a while each time. Okay. Sure. YOLO?
急
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
真実
真実. Uh.
富士
Fuji.
証明
照明. 照明.
関する
関する.
Makuro.
Makuro. Oops.
古典的
古典的. Lately, I haven't shared this, but lately I've been adding another routine before the stream, and I tend to, as opposed to like doom scrolling, I tend to watch another interview by Takashi. Right, Takashi does interviews in the street of Japan and various things, and then to get into mood of having something to talk about, like smiling about like intercultural or intercultural or multicultural interactions. I just watch one of the interviews and they talk about random things, you know, talk about cultural ingrained cultural things while interviewing people that are of obligatory multicultural settings, and that just gets me in the like, it's very wonderful. It puts a smile on my face when someone does a medium in which it demonstrates what cultural exchange is like, or cultural integration, or juggling, and even say code switching and whatnot. Gets you in the mood. Gets you in the mood, or it gets me in the mood. Oops.
冒険
Vulcan. Also, it's kind of nice listening to the same classical questions being asked every time, like pretty much every single time, and then proposing a question that is ever conversational. I actually think the reason why I watch those things is in this setting that I will be using like Japanese and Chinese, etc. And Spanish. Actually, there was one that had a Japanese Spanish speaker, because the Japanese person was married to a Spanish woman, and they were speaking both at the same time. It's really, really wonderful to hear that, because in terms of how a streamer, for example, a streamer may interact with the viewer, that's how I tend to ice break. When you meet someone, if you meet a stranger, typically way to do that is to you lean in, do greetings, do a couple quick takes when you exchange information, or you introduce yourself if you're the person initiating, right? And then follow up by, if the ice is broken, you follow up with something of a more of a pedantic sort of typical life experience questions, like, oh, hey, what do what do you like about where you are right now? That kind of thing. And I think if there's anything that I would want to become incredibly comfortable with, is that format, right? And it feels great and it's energizing, because despite having multiple subtitles, I actually have both subtitles running at the same time on these videos. it's kind of like the old school TVB stuff, like where there's Cantonese and Mandarin being spoken, and then there's an English stack. So I usually parallel watch and read and converge on multiple subtitles at the same time. That really gets my juices going in right before streaming. So I've been integrating that into my daily routine. So before I start stream, how do I get pumped for language learning? I watch the format that I am most engaged in, and that's the typical format. No, it's not podcasts. I think podcasts is nuanced in a sense that it's a lot more emergent on the idea itself as opposed to pragmatic uses in lifestyle choices. Like mechanically, like I am not constructing podcasts. I don't think I will. I don't think I have any aspirations unless I find a collaborator. I don't have any aspirations to form like a Japanese only or Chinese only stream, and then it's like a podcast situation. I think podcasts has their place, but generally speaking, podcasts, in my opinion, does not necessarily promote conversationalism. It promotes scripted, ideal expertise in exchange, and that's what's wonderful about them. However, using podcasts as a forum for practicing, like, I'm gonna offer a counter perspective because I've been had podcasts thrown at my face quite vigorously, almost trivializing what I'm doing, kind of like sweeping it under the rug. When it comes to conversationalism and communication, some of the barriers to even engaging in conversations that you would find in podcasts, with a very large exception, but typical podcasts, the content is for self-enrichment. It is very nuanced and it can be very specific, right? But finding the opportunity to engage in those things require that you have the conversational skills to lead into them, right? So if one is picking up on that, certainly. If you have problems introducing yourself to a stranger, initiating a form of conversation, that may be a far more natural way to lead into things you're interested in. So like you have a lot of interest and whatnot, but generally initiating and doing those things will lead into those conversations downstream. So it's more like a order of operations kind of deal. And when one keeps saying that the way they feel more comfortable with their Japanese or their target language is to listen to podcasts, that is for comprehension. Comprehension becomes wonderful. Execution and participation in initiating the conversation and communication is not part of the podcast. However, if you do an interview style stuff, that can lead to some potential input regarding that type, right? How do you initiate a conversation with someone? You don't necessarily have to initiate like, oh, hi, nice to meet you, right? It can be professional. It can be very exacting. So listening to interviews as opposed to, I know podcasts has interviews, but they have extended nuanced conversations too. Follow-up questions that it's funny that a lot of people enjoy that type of content, but they rarely engage in doing that, like having an extended conversation with someone. I think there comes a time when you have a lot of input of that, but there's like no wisdom or experience gained from it, or it doesn't prompt experience. It's an excuse, in my opinion, to stay in a comfort zone instead of engaging in that activity. Now, there are exceptions. There are easily listening podcasts, which that's what people refer to when they talk about like comprehensible input through immersion, etc., like applied through immersion. Easy listening is great. That's still easy listening for extended conversations, not necessarily easy listening for how to engage in conversation. Right. Like, I understand that it may vary to some extent where, oh, well, there's a back and forth, but there's a format to podcasts. They're not necessarily completely unadulterated dynamics and improvisation between two people. So in my opinion, if that becomes the normalized way of conversation, that ideal situation does not occur when you're talking to a stranger. In fact, it's the opposite for podcasts. You are deliberately not talking to a stranger, right? Despite there might be some improvisational stuff and some nuances of chemistry, that setting is legitimately the setting that is not the barrier, in my opinion, but the reward for acquiring a target language. So for me personally, pragmatically, I'm typically in a situation in which you're doing 5-minute interviews or introductions to whoever you meet. Like, hi, hello, this is the first time we talked. Let's, how are you? What's on your mind? What brings you here? And what is your language learning journey like? Those are probably one of those couple where it's like, oh, how long have you been learning Japanese? Are you okay with speaking English? Or we can try to speak English and Japanese at the same time. Right. Meanwhile, the podcasts, even easily listening podcasts, they would talk about a subject in depth, regardless of what level of the target language it is. But do you engage in those conversations? You do not most of the time. At least statistically, you are unlikely to reach those types of conversation until you engage. The reason why I say this is yesterday I got to meet someone who does the normalized behavior that I believe online, where you talk about something, but you're not really engaged in the conversation. You determine parasocially if you're interested in the conversation, but it is out of like either personal choice or maybe personal view of one's own role in interaction, that communication and conversationalism is kept to a minimum. However, I believe that I would try to encourage further conversation, so then I proactively engage in English. So I like to believe that in the future I can do that in Japanese or in Chinese or a mix of the three. And that is definitely the difference between having a podcast between two people that know each other, scheduled, scripted. A lot of podcasts are onboarded, because having podcasts where two people are unfamiliar with each other and do not have pre-planned topics can end up not sounding like a podcast, right? That's the nature of it. Vlogging is slightly different as well, because vlogging deals with monologuing, and monologuing in the sense that there might be some improvisational, but it's through routine, and the routine does not have a perpetual state of conversation as well. One can have a conversation with themselves, which is what I do here to the best of my ability, largely because I do not have a collaborator and or someone who I may be able to converse in a podcast format, right? Co-streaming belongs in that same category. So while all of that is great, I think still continuing to find pragmatic ways that reflect your situation is probably, in my opinion, something to be considered as a form of immersion. So, for example, if you absolutely love talking about anime, then participating in that and talking about that in that nature is excellent. When someone says, I want to become conversational, gaining comprehension is fantastic. Normalizing what it's like to engage in a conversation may be something worth considering. And I don't necessarily think podcasts, however it increases your comprehension, normalizes that imagery or order of operations when you're trying to talk to someone. I think it's exceptionally overrated when it comes to increasing your comprehension somehow. And it does lower the barrier of initiating conversation with another person. It does not necessarily illustrate the examples and how one maintains and initiates conversation literally. So when someone comes by and say, like, for example, one of the initiations of conversation online tends to be someone tells you a hot take or a point of advisory as a form of introduction. And that is definitely something that works on the internet, sort of, when you go through pre-selection filters. But when it comes to how people, at least in my opinion, how people, I have a dissonance with other people. There was once someone told me, I don't want to know how to say hello or goodbye or talk about food. I want to say I don't know, I don't understand as the first thing you learn regarding learning a target language. And because of that, it was like a deal breaker for whatever learning tool that they were talking about. I specifically remember this situation. And I asked the person, like, so you would prefer to go up to someone and say, I don't know and I don't understand as a form of greeting? And they're like, yeah, because it's more important than saying hello and asking as opposed to responding. And that kind of illustrates the difference, right? If I like to think one is pro conversation and the other is response, and I think lots of people are far more inclined to respond. So it's not whichever one is important. They both are very important. My point that I was bringing up to this person is that it's both. Which one do you do more often? The one that you do more often, you're more inclined to favor, right? So myself, I would incline to favor saying hello and being able to ask a question as opposed to responding to a question. So then I would suggest, hey, that might be a place that I need to include. But this person said it is the only important thing. It is the most important thing. And that's where the whole podcast thing comes into play. Like, I do listen to the occasional podcast, but I also know where I am when it comes to getting there. So incorporating a lot of ways, hearing lots of people, different ways of people greeting each other, asking icebreakers to each other in all of your languages, and inform you about comparing and contrasting how people initiate conversation. Especially by coincidence in the Japanese culture, I think initiating conversation is something that coincides with the current internet generation, where you're more in talking about responding. It's often about responding. Hello there, guys. It's about responding, and it can be very useful until it's relying on you to initiate. So I thought about this, right? When I was watching Takashi interview. It's a lot of fun though. It's very empowering. Takashi, he does the thing. He goes around with a mic, introduces himself, and then asks the other person to introduce them, talk about their background, and then they go back and forth in English, Japanese, and then whatever other language that they're multicultural in. So it's often a mixed bag. I think the two that I saw today, he interviewed a Indian Japanese, and they use English as the common language. Most of them use English as the common language, and then there will be two separate languages. So it was Indian Japanese, I guess it's Hindi, This person had like they were born raised Japanese. However, their appearance and cultural household things incorporate Indian, so they learned English Japanese while picking up Hindi, because they ended up marrying an Indian person. So then they started picking up Hindi. So they said something in Hindi, transitioned into Japanese, and then Takashi wraps it up in English, right? And before that was Russian. It was like maybe roommates or something to maybe sisters. They didn't mention how they're related, but it was two ladies, Russian, Japanese, and English. It was pretty neat. I quite enjoy it. Again, I also have my biases, but generally speaking, I offer the idea that both, if you have time, obviously. Pretty fun hearing the greetings and how people greet each other despite having cross-cultural differences and whatnot. The greetings can be very dynamic when you're pairing up a triangle of cultures. Let's see. Get back into
辞書休校
休校は
門
歩数的
保守的
Hoshiteki. Oh yeah, that's right. You can definitely shorten that. Hoshiteki. Hoshiteki wa protect from risk. Esque. What? Oh, conservative is better.
作品
Sakuhin or sakuhin.
幸運
幸運は
書く
く危険
危険商品
商品ね
曜日
曜日
関心
関心
大
大
阪
阪生存
生存
生存Okay. Oh, that's
政治
Veggie. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this particular one for the 50-50. Veggie. Seiji wa. Oh, it says WaniKani. How does it work? Is it free? This is yes. This is The app is called WaniKani. It is not free. It is a live service. However, there's a trial, a 1-month trial, but it is a live service. So it's a monthly subscription, a yearly subscription, or a lifetime subscription. I have access to a lifetime subscription. It is an SRS-based system, so a space repetition system. Flashcards. This is reminiscent. This is like the modernization of flashcards. So typically it takes a mnemonic approach, in-house mnemonic approach. So it's how they interpret radicals, different radicals, construction of the characters using mnemonics, and then the vocabulary using contextual sentences. And it's built up in that. So it takes a bottom-up approach to creating a database or a interpretive database at looking pictorial symbolism, however people call it, recognizing the characters or getting used to the characters using a built-up of English. So the platform is English only. There are ways to modify it in order to adjust to other languages, but that is not the developer's point. So the first party is that it is using English mnemonics to descriptively attach and associate imagery and mnemonics, like in a form of mnemonics, to those characters. So what I'm doing in my head when I'm doing this is I'm rapidly doing a lot of that until you can circumvent that. So at some point, I tend to turn over and rely on gut feeling. And when gut feeling or repetition fails, I default to the mnemonic. It's space repped, so it's spaced out repetition. So what happens is if you get something correct, the duration is extended. And it continues to extend to the point you get an error. And that error will then increase the frequency of that flashcard again. At some point, there is an end of life cycle for some of these words, and I haven't actually reached that state yet. Despite doing this 171 days consecutively. If you do one study practice, the earliest, from my experience, is coming up in less than 1 week. 6 days from now, some of the words will be extended so far out that they effectively are considered long-term retention. So then the flashcard is rotated out. That's trying to rudimentarily describe what an SRS is, if you're not familiar with an SRS. But WaniKani does what, like, the prototypic Anki. Anki is the prototypic SRS now for people's reference, and Anki is free. So if you're wanting to have a similar experience in which you are incredibly competent in the way you need to use flashcards, Anki is the most full feature rich. Anki is like Linux. I think WaniKani is very much like Windows. So you like its quirks, you deal with its quirks, you work around, you work with its quirks when it comes to SRS. Or Anki. Oh, that's my drawing from last time. Anki would be something that is free, right? It is free, and it is a framework. It's a framework platform that does pretty much all of these things. You can even mirror this experience if you have some technical backgrounds and or understand your learning things. WaniKani is prescriptory, so prescription. So that's like Windows. It prescribes what they believe is the way to go about it. But Anki is Linux. You do whatever you want, but it still executes on this thing. So yeah, this is a popularized method that I'm engaging in. The reason why I'm engaging in it is because I haven't ever used it. In my 30 plus years of formal education, I have not approached learning things like this. So it's a lot of fun. It's a cool way to learn vocabulary. In fact, I kind of want to use Anki, a stripped version of this to learn more English words, actually. Like vocabulary words that I haven't used in a while. Like conspicuous. Conspicuous came up as a English word to match some of these terms in HanziHero. Yesterday I was using HanziHero, which is the Chinese take. Another developer decided to do it a little bit, quite a bit differently using SRS. So SRS, yeah.
専門
I really would love to start working on my English vocabulary again. I haven't even tested that. I think I might do that. Learn new English words. There's certainly not a market for increasing esoteric terms. But honestly, that sounds like... Oh.
Kofuku.
Kofuku. Kofuku.
Gomibako.
Gomibako. Gomibako. One thing you're kind of paying for when it comes to WaniKani is probably the speakers. So one thing that those who learn Japanese or are interested in Japanese, the vocal samples, the recording for all the vocabulary pronunciation are not generated. They are not synthetically generated. They have two main people, a male and a female voice, and one or two substitutes. There are a few where they had a substitute person, but it's typically this woman, and it's Koichi and Kyoko are the two main ones.
証言
Shogun, this is Koichi. Shogun, yeah.
Hozon.
Ozone.
辞典
And oh,
食料品。
食料品。
不幸。
Oh, fuko.
辞典
Can get away with diction. Character diction.
関係
関係。
特急。
特急。Oh, wait. Got a little excited there. Mamoru.
守る
Mamoru. Double. My N double actuate. Unfortunate. Oops.
全知。
Zent. Zent. Oh no, I totally spaced out on what the right thing is. Right.
お世辞
お世辞。
阪神
安心。Wait, that's
下品
下品。下品。
関西
辞典
and
弁
Ben. Oh, I heard Ben a couple times because Takeshi's interviews tend to talk about dialects and accents. Pretty cool. Newest vocabulary in the wild.
やめる
Yameru.
存じる
Donji.
荷物
No. Egoe. Egoe. Ego. No. Ekao. Egao. 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 Ah.
笑顔
Egao. Oh. Down. Egao.
保証
保証。So. This has been off the entire time. Oh, they just want guaranteed. Not guaranteed.
承認
Only. Supposed to be. Oh, right.
荷札
荷札。危ない。
危ない
危ない。Stay up to. It's both based on that accent.
品
In.
入門
写真
写真。
教科書
教科書。What? What? Wait. Did I? Was it a typo?
冗談
It was a typo. 冗談。冗談。Oh.
笑う
笑う。幸せ。No. What?
幸せ
Yep. Typing in the wrong order. 幸せ。
留学
学。Whoa. Oh.
治安
Young. Okay.
仏典
Buten. Eh?
休止
Yushi.
企画
Kaku.
留守
Yusu. Yusu. Sun blank on Nusu. Gained risks. Oh no, protect. Detain. Oh. No, it's like. Oh, this one kind of sucks. Absent. How did I? They're protecting by detaining away. It kind of reminds me of quarantine and isolate that we learned in HanziHero yesterday. Probably you.
保険
Hoken. Yeah, Hoken. 保险. 保险 is probably the closest thing to Hoken.
東京弁
Tokyo Ben. That's what I heard when I was watching. When I was watching the interviews yesterday. It was someone talking about their American accent. All right, you leveled up. Dun, 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 dun. Level 17, almost adulthood. All right. We'll come back to this. Yeah, we're gonna end up having to do 55 review. All right, so let's start our lessons today. One of 2 days. These are fun days. Days where we just soak in information for the first, or not really for the first time, because some of these might be repeats. Unmask. Temporary face. Mask is very apt. Don't
仮面
and kamen. Kamen
仮面
仮面
checks out. No additional things. Need it. Rejoice. Interesting. Instead of joyous. Can I add joyous? I'm probably gonna add joyous. Delighted, please. Rejoice. Maybe it's she. T is the closest. So she maybe, or G. E. Okay. It's what? It's 30-30, like it's a 33% chance. Ki, G, she. Those are the three. Or it can also be no, chi, yeah. So or gi. I haven't ever seen gi before. I don't think. Those are the ki, ji, or shi. If it has a shi. This is shi in Sihuan. Right. So you loudly rejoice for a while when suddenly someone runs over and shoves a key in your mouth. I'll lock you shut. Alright. That's fair enough. Can't rejoice anymore. Alright. That's kind of like opposite of rejoice. One could say the key to you know, how would I phrase it? Maybe being joyous is the key to the meaning of life or something. Something fairly cheesy and cringy would work too. Key. Fair enough. I think that's fine. What do you have in key? Oh, interesting. So that's G, T G. Maybe it's key. What is the closest to G? Ju? Igai? Oh my, it's very different. Igeki. A geki. 77th birthday. That's oddly specific. I wonder what the importance is. It has a different interesting. It's a very special thing, huh? 7th birthday. Is it Japanese related? In Japanese, a 77th birthday is called Kiju. It is a special milestone today signifying prosperity and good fortune. The number 77 is considered a very specific term. Rejoice plus something. We don't have this. Interesting. Also the first time I'm seeing this character or this combination. Oh no, I've seen this character before. One other instance. And to rejoice, which is kunyomi. So yoroko. Oh wow, yorokobu. Oh yeah, yorokobu. So they use this character. All right. So ki, fine. It's onyomi. Koen is fine.
公園
公園
So we can skip that. Government. Oh man, we got government in WaniKani before we got government in HanziHero. What is this? We have Fu. Don't have this. I think it was like Guang Fu or something like that. Still missing Guan, I think. We do have both of these reads though. So we have Fu. It's still Fu. And Seifu, probably.
政府
Seifu. Okay.
政府
All right. We're good. It's government. Politics. The politics of governing. Government. Okay. And then original. Yeah. Yuan. Yuan. I'd like to think this is Sen. Let's go. Give me Sen. Oh, it's Gen. All right. That makes sense. The Tale of Genji original. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Thought about Gen. It overlaps with the other Gen. Origin. Original. That's fine. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. What do they want? Something happy. Rejoice.
仮面
Amen.
公園
Oen.
政府
Seifu. Seifu. Government. Yes. Bathen. I doubt Yoku. As if I remember correctly, Yoku is Onyomi. So, is this Abiru? This is probably Abiru.
浴びる
Abiru. Yeah. Abiru. To be exposed to. Oh yeah, that's fair actually. Yeah, to bathe in makes sense. I wonder if they blocked to bathe because I'm thinking of. Oh, they didn't block to bathe. Interesting. I could imagine. I think there is another way. You're not really saying to like be in something, but maybe in a different way. Let's see. This verb is transitive, and the object wherever is whatever you're bathing in. It could be a bath or a shower, but it could also be the sun. So you can both. What the shaun for sun? Whoa, the tile. We already have tile. Yikes. Oh wait. Or bathe in sunlight? Oh, that's Niku. Right, Nicole. Abiru. Or negatively, this can also mean to be exposed, such as criticism or radioactivity. That's kind of interesting that they decide to refer to radioactivity, radiation.
Abiru.
Okay.
浴びる
I think that's fine. Wait. Aardvark. Oh, it's been a while, aardvarks. You know what the best way to bathe in something? To bathe in something with a bunch of aardvarks in the water. They use their sticky little tongues to clean all your cracks and crannies. Okay, that's alright. Alright, Ko. What? Alright.
Abiru.
Sure, WaniKani team. Alright. That's interesting imagery. Then, they probably go to kun for this, since it's an adjective, right? And not omo. Oku. Hiku. Tomu. Toma. I haven't used Sai. Oh no. No nyomi. No kunyomi. Usually it's describing poles. Oh yeah. Hosoi. Shows you how often I thin. This thin rice patty is for your cyborg. Yeah, that's what's our Sai near rhyme. A rice patty that's like a thread is extremely thin, but also detailed. And then this thin rice patty is for your cyborg. You only gave your cyborg a really thin strip of human stomach, so it only needs a thin line of rice to eat. Excuse me? Oh. Okay, the cyborg has a... Alright, sure. I think that's okay. Sai. Do we have an example? Shosai. Not the greatest for me. And this is kun. Oh. It's a different kun. Homakai. 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 It can go so many different ways with the pitch. Okay. Alright. Alright. Criminal. That's fine. I am gonna put prisoner. Well. Is that a new radical? Yeah, that's a new radical. It's been a while. Okay. Sunbathe. Oh. Interesting. They dropped the no. You know that sun. Yeah. Niko. Right. So when you add bathed, you get sunlight bathed, but that sounds stupid. So it's sunbathed. Yeah.
日光浴
Yeah. Nikoyo. Nikoyoku. Wait a minute. Nikoyoku. Wait. This is that uses the onyomi. Oh wait. Oh yeah, yoku. No, just kidding. Nikoyoku. Nikoyoku.
日光浴
Alright, that's fine. Nose. That is certainly nose. B. What is nose? This is gonna be straight to Kun. I don't remember. Hana. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, I wanted to hear the read on this because I feel like it's Hana, not Hana. It could be Hana instead of Hana. Remember Hana from when she helped the leader with his flower problem? Hana. Looks like she got a bunch of, yeah, that's right. That's right. I wanted to hear this. Oh, wait. Oh, it's here. Hold. We're gonna... Can I...
花
Yeah, Hana. Oh, Hana. Hold. Wait. Hold up. Let's, oh. Yeah, okay. It's fine. It's going up, so Hana. So they go to Kun, Hana. Do I need the... No, I don't. Yeah, we're fine. No, we're good.
浴びる
Abiru.
Nikkoyoku.
Oh, yo. Alright. Far. Oi. Or is that Chikai? No, it's not Chikai. This is Toi, right?
Toi.
Yeah, Toi. Am I okay with this? Okay, let's just read. This is a single kanji, right? That's fine.
Toi.
Toi. You want to go far, far away. When you see a toe, you realize that there's a zombie toe on the ground. It reminds you of where you can go that's far from here, I guess. And then the other one for the read on this is still dealing with a zombie. So, fair enough. Toi.
Toi.
Alright. Side. What kind of side are we talking about? You look simplified or Japanified. I feel like I've seen something like that's slightly different. Maybe not. I guess these radicals do exist. The leader of the shellfish has a knife. Okay. In its side. Oh, the leader of the shellfish got stabby. It's fine though, don't worry. It's just a reminder that he won the Great Shellfish War back when they were trying to choose a new leader. This is awfully... Okay. Picture the shellfish leader in your mind and make sure to pay special attention to the knife that's sticking out of his side. Right in the groove of his shell. That's what I was picturing. But doesn't necessarily require the embellishment of the Great Shellfish War. That's fine. Because of his knife... Oh, Kunyomi straight. Because of this knife in his side, he can't pronounce certain words correctly. Alright. The most obvious one is he says kawa because it comes out the side of his mouth as awa gawa. Oh, that's interesting. Kawa gawa. Okay. Huh. Gawa. Soba. Oh, that's soba. Oh, okay. Soba for like kind of, yeah, soba side, but it kind of has like an area feel too, like the side of things, like in the general area. Try saying kawa out of the side of your mouth like the leader of the shellfish, and you'll probably say gawa too. Don't stick a knife in yourself. All right, but soba is where. Oh, right side, left side. Oh, mixed side, inside. Okay. All right, I got you. Many sides. Yeah. And it's kun. That makes sense because all the other ones would probably be kun. So hitari. Oh, what do they use though? What's it? Hitari gawa. Oh, migi. Sorry, migi gawa, hitari gawa. And it's already rendaku for you. That's kind of funny. Yeah, uchi gawa. All right. We have no, and then soba. Soba is when it stands alone. For sure, because I know soba. And it doesn't actually mean side. Probably means area. Something like that. Like the general area, but like something beside, around, to the side of whatever you're gonna be referring to. Comfort, that's retroactive. Front. Front face. Yeah. 前面 right, 前面 front. 前面是 ue men? No, that's no, mae men, that doesn't work. That's hybrid. Unless men is going to become kun, or sen men. That sounds weird.
全面
Oh, zenmen. Oh right, it's zenmen, not senmen. Zenmen. Right. That's fine. It sounds
Zenmen.
weird though. Zenmen. The front face is the front side.
全面
Okay, we're fine with that. Soldier. This is soldier. Oh, you know what? This oh no, it's not. It's one extra. It has an extra drop. So if the drop wasn't here, it would probably be ping. Or like ta q, part of ta q, ta, or something like that. At least, or ping pong, right? Interesting too. What? Soldier. If you get a fish on the ground and chop its fins off with an axe, you're probably a soldier. Only soldiers have access to axes, and you like to eat fish, but first you have to set it on the ground and chop it. Oh boy, howdy, soldier. It's no shi or shi. It's no shi or shi. Sure. Alright, Onyomi. Uh-oh, it looks like the soldier with the axe, was so excited about chopping the fins off of his fish that he didn't think about how he was going to cook them. The only thing nearby to light on fire is a bale of hay. I mean, well, it's not the best thing, but at least it will get these fish cooked. And then hyo. That's hail. Hail kind of right. Imagine this soldier lighting a bale of hay on fire to cook his fish. The hay burns really fast, but it should be okay. All right, I got you. I got you.
Toyi.
Imagine it. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. What was the other one? Kawa and soba. Got he and hyo. Okay.
全面
Denmen. Uh-huh. All right, let's see how many do we have. Oh, that's very tiny. What? Wait. What's going on here? 49? Oh, because we have a lot of radicals this time around. Oh, that's so interesting. It's like it's a relaxing unit. I haven't seen a level like a workload appreciation at all until this moment. Wow, that's half the volume. I was expecting somewhere close to 100 or 70. I guess if you add the last 15, oh, it's kind of close. It's I don't know, something about it seems tinier. Oh, that does mean that the second half, the peak day in another 6 days, 5.5 days, gonna be bigger probably. Interesting. So tiny. All right, ground. Okay, the Earth's face, the ground, nice. Or the ground slash Earth, still the ground. Chi, Chi-men.
地面
Oh, G-men. Oh, it's using the lesser. Okay, the reading of men is what you expect. G, on the other hand, which is a bit different, though close sounding to what you. Thank the Chinese and their ever-changing language for this one. Think of Jesus lying on the ground telling you how comfortable the ground is. You say, Jesus, you have to get off the ground. You have a dinner to go to. Oh, I see what they... But he doesn't want to leave. G-men, yeah. The lesser of the two. Okay.
地面
地面
Thank the Chinese. E? Iro? No, I can kind of see it. I'm surprised it didn't suddenly devolve into... Oh, because D doesn't exist. Oh, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they mean by thank the Chinese. It's probably well before my time. But certainly D would be closer to G than Qi. Qi is definitely too far away from D. The current D. I guess that would suggest that back in the day it was Qi, something closer to Qi, by this conversation. But yeah, G is the closest thing. Because Japanese do not have D, or actually they do, but not like the D that I'm thinking of.
地面
地面
D-men, or G-men, sorry. What would this be? D-mian, or what is D-ro? Something like that. Tongue? I wonder what tongue is. Sure, wait, I've seen this before. It's not tongue. I want to say 10. Come on, give me 10. Oh, it's yo for the onyomi. Oh no, it's do for the... Oh, I guess, yeah, I mean, tang. I was kind of expecting like a dan or a 10 or dan. but it's do. Okay, so I gotta remember. Shokudo is the closest thing that I remember. Cafeteria, shokudo. Shitang. Right, shokudo. Yeah. Oh, a palace. I don't know what the other thing is. Dendo. Yeah, shokudo. Shitang. While the Viking gathered to spill the dirt in their hall, they also stuffed their face with donuts. Viking. Wait, where does the... We have Viking, we have mouths, and then we have dirt. A Viking will empty his mouth of all its dirt in the Great Hall. They all get together in some kind of public chamber. And actually, public chamber is pretty cool. All is consistent. Okay, dish out all the dirt, literal and figuratively. I got you. And then they stuff their face with donuts. Nailed it. All right, cool. External appearance, that makes sense. A gaimen. Could be gaimen or gaimen. Gaimen. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sototsura. Oh, wait, yeah, Sototsura, right?
外面
Sototsura. Jukuko, that's fine. But note that this can also be kunris, which means Sototsura. While Gaimen is neutral, Sototsura is a bit negative, often implying that the person's outward appearance might be deceptive, hiding their true nature. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is definitely an irregular. Sototsura. Interesting. Alright, I think we're okay with this. We're okay with it. Screen. Some part of me wants to say kakumen, but kakumen sounds okay. But amen or amen. Gamen. Oh, wait, just kidding. This is Gaha too. Oh no, I'm thinking of the wrong character. Sorry, Ga and Kaku. Gamen, yeah, Gamen sounds great.
Gamen.
Okay, guys. Way to agree on a pitch accent. So, Kyoko is Gamen. Gamen. Oh no, that's fine actually. That's okay. No.
Gamen.
So, Gamen sounds closer to this, and then Gamen sounds top. Gamen sounds closer to the. Interesting. It doesn't happen too often. Maybe they're both. Oh. Oh yeah. Heiban.
Gamen.
Yeah, Gamen is closer to Heiban. So Kyoko decided to do Heiban. And then we had the Tamadaga. Gamen. Sure. Alright. Salt. Maybe they go straight to Shio? Ne? Shio. Fair enough. She owes me big time, so I'm going ahead and snatch her salt. Wait. What was it? In the dirt, there's a gun. Its mouth points towards a plate. What's on the plate? Why? It's salt. Oh. Okay. When you see the salt, you think to yourself, she owes me big time, so I'm going to go ahead and snatch her salt. Who is she, you ask? She's a lady who owns the salt. And the gun in the dirt, of course. Alright. Shio. Is there an onyomi for this? Ooh, what is the onyomi? No, that's still kun. Nope, that's still kun. Yeah, shioaji. Shiomizu. Yeah, so no example of an onyomi yet. Okay, right? Viking mouths filled with dirt, and then they empty them, and then they shove what? Oh, oh.
地面
demon. Demon.
外面
Gaiman. Ne? External. Wait. Did I? How? I didn't. Oh, appearance is ANC. Man. I English no good. English no good. No good. Gamen.
画面
Gamen. I defaulted to Heiban. Gamen. How does this work? How? Oh no! Wait. Hello? Please. Let me hello? Oh, it's a screen. Right. Screen monitor. That makes sense. A projection's face. Okay. Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi is what?
面白い
Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi. We're fine. We're moving along. Seat? Interesting. Like, isu? No. Oh, seki. Oh, seki. This is for seki. Ah, okay. Wait. That not still. Yeah. Okay, seki. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking of chair. Isu. Instead of seat. Seki. Actually, does it just stay seki the whole time? Interesting. Something about using a towel for seat is very seki. I forgot that they use sexy for seki. Alright. Probably because you associate with sexy people using towel seats on the bench. Okay. I mean, that's fine. In a yurt, you use a towel as a seat. Alright, I got you. Face of a person. Face. Yeah, I love it when they line up. This makes me giggle because of Chinese. This is typically how Chinese feels a lot of times. It's like, what is that? Something like a building and also something like a building. So, building. Like, something involving eating, but something also involving swallowing. So, eating. And, I mean, it's not really that reductive, but this is what you get when you're looking at Radical's character. Like, face plus face is face. But, personal face but more specifically the face of a person, probably because the most face-like thing you can ever have is a human face, at least in our eyes. By our, I mean the human race's eyes, because I'm totally with you guys on that one. So this could be a kunyomi because it's a body part. So does that mean I have a kunyomi for this? I don't. So maybe they just go with no. I think this might end up changing. I don't remember. Oh, outside of cow, no. I think it might have to change.
顔面
No. Gunmen. Do I have gun? Oh, I do have gun, actually. Yeah, I do have gun. I forgot about that. Oh, wait. I'm thinking of something else. Wait. Oh, yeah, I think I'm thinking of something else. Is that not? The reading for isn't the one you learn with the kanji. Oh. Oh, okay. It's second. Another read. Okay. The worst thing that can happen to a face is if a face disappears. That's kind of creepy. If it becomes totally gone instead of Gandhi, we're just pivoting away from Gandhi now. Gone. If it becomes totally gone, I don't like it. A man that is walking up to you with no face is a man with a gone face. Those men are men who are part of the gone men. Alright, sure. Okay. Gone men faces. Zoo. 動物園
動物園
動物園 Alright, that's fine. A failure. I think I know this one. Or seems familiar enough. A shellfish that can live through winter is failure. Oh, that can't live through winter. I'm like, can live through? That sounds like a success. A shellfish that can't live through winter is a failure. Any proper shellfish would survive through the winter. So this is quite an embarrassing defeat. Ah, yes, defeat. Right. Although, onyomi. The best way to avoid failure is to say a little haiku to distract you from the cold. In fact, this can work in any situation where you're afraid of defeat. Say a haiku out loud. It will calm your nerves and warm. Actually, poetry and idioms alike tend to be quite cathartic. Especially if the poem and slash idiom like things is related to the situation. Like ochisuke. Something with ochitsuke in there. It's like just calm yourself, right? But you could instead recite something that is a calming haiku instead. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think yabureru. It might not be this one. To like, there was. Oh, here it is. No, shohai. No, shohai is not. There's one. There's one to like defeat a boss, and I'm not sure what character it used. But to take down a boss, it's probably not. Oh no, it's not this, because this is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, all right, that's fine. We're good.
面白い
Omoshiroi. What did I? That was a bit off. Interesting is a bit off. I must. Okay, so I didn't look at the description of this at all. I just realized. So that's kind of yort and a towel. Thanks again for the deep dive into your WaniKani users the other day. Also, congrats on level up. Yes. Arigato. Stands, yeah. We're level 17 now. Almost adulthood. We gotta celebrate our adulthood when we turn 18. Although granted, where are we in Japanese? Probably like grade 3 or grade 4. Barely a preteen. Becky. there was a lot more going on yesterday too when people were brought up a lot of other things. Been interesting. We're almost close to our burn review, so less than a week now. June 25th. June 25th is when we start our first burn routine. It'll be fun. Oh.
顔面
Gunmen. Gunmen.
動物園
動物園. What do we have? Zoological, right? Zoological. 动物园. 动物园. Yeah. 动物园 works. I don't know how to say zoo in Fujianese. Gung, so actually I don't know how to say animal either. Dongwu. Dong. That convert. I've been secretly trying to look for more Fujo references, but nothing has cropped up even. Like it's still barren. It hasn't changed from like 3 years ago. Failure. What happens for failure? Something. Hold. I don't have anything. Type ha. Hi. That's right, the haiku. Seen. I've seen you before. That's not an intentional pun. I think I've seen it. But maybe not. Yo, men sounds okay. Don't you make a scene out of this.
場面
Dang it, it's Bamen. Dang it. I was like, what are the chances that this is going to be special by turning this into a ba? Of course they did. Of course they did. Everything on a location's surface is really just a part of this for you. Wait, everything on a location's surface, yeah, is really part of a scene before you. This is the kind of scene that would be set in novels. It's the setting.
場面
Bamen. Oh, let's see if Kyoko uses Heiban or not.
場面
Oh, this time both Kyoko and Kenichi decided to use oh, there's my daily Twitch bot. Hello there, daily Twitch bot. At least I know my
場
Twitch
面
feed is still working. Yeah, they both ended up using Atamadaka as opposed to Heiban. That occasionally Kyoko, I think Kyoko is more commonly going to like throw in a Heiban every once in a while when it diverges.
場面
場面
This time, they're both Atamadaka. Let's see. Let's see, a scene where everyone says ba isn't very common unless you're reading a novel where all the characters are sheep. Yeah, you find this novel animal-centric setting to be pretty unique. That's fair. Ramen. We'll remember that. Pretty good. Fruit. Are they gonna go straight into Kuda? Let me get a kuda for 50 cents. Dang it, they went with ka. Oh, that makes sense actually. Oh, this leads with the ka for section. Yeah, that makes sense. Both of them are ka. Yeah, both of them are ka. Oh, that's interesting. Or could be ka. Or related to ka. I don't know. Really? They sell fruit at the store and you need to drive your car to get there. A car is the fastest way to fruit. Alright. What do we got? Evil breeds evil. What in the actual... Oh, that's kind of cute. Yeah. Oh, no. Aku... Oh, interesting. Okay. So, akuaka. No, aka. Okay, so aka, and then akuin. Interesting. That's a lot of evil. Kudamono. I was thinking they go straight to kuda because of kudamono. Okay. Result. I fruit. Oh, hey, result. Yeah. Yeah, 结果is a result too. Nice. You gotta love it when kudamono doesn't check out. What would this be? 果物 doesn't sound great. But 结果 works. Excursion. Well, that's one way to say adventure. Excursion. Far and foot. Okay. Excursion. Far feet are feet that have gone on long excursions. These feet have been on some trips, outing. Yeah, and then they probably blocked adventure. I'm kind of curious if they blocked adventure because of other... Oh no, they didn't, because it's still adventure. At least with this. Okay. Outing and trip. All right, excursion. I haven't used excursion in a while. I haven't used outing in a while. Trip is pretty... Excursion. Interesting.
Ensoku.
Ensoku. Okay, we're good.
Ensoku.
No change. Affluent. Interesting. Pera pera. Ne?
ペラペラ
ペラペラ。
ペラペラ
ペラペラ。
Both Hayeban.
ペラペラ
ペラペラ。
Pera pera. Okay, related to this, pera pera also means leafing through a book. Yes. Yeah, like skimming, flipping through it. It can also mean, it can also sometimes, it can describe something paper thin. Oh, pera pera. I get it. That does sound like something that's like flimsy, like flapping. Pera pera. Okay, all right.
ペラペラ。
What we got? Ume, dream, ume. Wait, no, ume is plum. Oh, when I hear ume, I think of dream all the time. So, but Japanese plum, yeah, that's right. That is right. Very different from Li. Oh wait, did they use the same? No, Li uses... Yeah, Li uses different character. Interesting. Ume. Aiming your gun out the window. You shoot at a tree filled with ume. Or actually, I'm not sure how they... But ume... Ume wa ume desu. Japanese plums. This is, in your opinion, the best way to harvest the plums. Shooting at them out your window with a gun. No comment. You've probably heard of ume before, depending on your exposure to Japan, but ume is a Japanese. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Fine. Okay.
場面
Ramen. Ne? Ramen. Ne. Ensoku.
遠足
Ensoku. Eh? Oh. Okay. Sorry. That happens every oh. Qing? Qingchun. Oh, Qingchun. Or Qingchun. Qingchun. Yeah, Qingchun for earth, for youth. This is where I get spring chicken from. Whenever I call people spring chickens in English, I'm referring to Qingchun, which is young spring. So I often call people spring chickens. Not because, well, sort of because where I'm from, that phrase is also very common in English to call someone a spring chicken, but it also overlaps with Chinese, where you refer to someone as of blue or green spring. The things that are blue and green or spring tends to be inexperienced, youthful, and innocence. And in English, it's also similar. When someone is green, they are inexperienced. But green can look like blue in Asian cultures, so Eastern cultures, especially Chinese and Japanese. So blue, green, someone that's blue and green is of new youth and experience, and someone who is in the beginning of their lifetime, spring. So you have spring chicken and someone being green. I don't know how that relates. It's an interesting thing. If it's a coincidence, that's also kind of neat. I'm not an etymologist, nor am I a linguist, but it is fun to observe coincidences when you grow up with two different languages. Right? Like, oh, okay. Oh, that's just, and blue or technically green, but when it's used in a vocabulary sense, not in the character. I guess you can define this as blue if you want, but it's both blue and green. I like red is both orange and red, and then sometimes red is both black and red. Fun things, fun times, right? And pink can be light red, not pink. Adolescence, yeah, springtime of one's life. Yes, the springtime of one's life. Adolescence, youth. The time of young spring for humans. Okay, this generally refers to a period where you're an energetic teenager and young adult. Yeah, when you're a spring chicken. It can have connotations of exhilarating experiences and bittersweet feelings, as well as nostalgic memories. Exactly. No. Whenever I refer to someone as a spring chicken, there's a loss in translation. However, over time, the people who are much younger than me tend to catch on to it. Like, a lot of times, I think there's this haste to get older, right? Like, but I'm not a spring chicken. I'm experienced and wise, and yeah, it can feel like that sometimes. But when you're really happy, thriving, and you're innocent and exhilarating, that's I'm using spring chicken for. It's wonderful to be young and also seeking wisdom. But being old by default to be wise is not quite the capturing of youth. I think I've encountered several times when someone's like, no, but I'm older than I am, and I'm like, that's fair, but you have a very youthful impression of of the world. Like a very youthful impression is when you talk and that person only cares about themselves. That's a very youthful impression. It's not implying that you're selfish. You're youthfully, like it's part of aging. When you are young, you have to identify yourself, focus on yourself, improve yourself, get a grasp of yourself, right? Be about yourself. And then with that success and identity and strong ability, you begin to then have the opportunities and the privilege to look outward and empathize and interact with other people, which then is associated, I would imagine, when I start learning more Japanese in like the more technical side of things, the older age stuff, it would deal with empathy, sympathy, politics, things that are dealing with beyond the person, something great and bigger than themselves. And that is a cultural difference. I think sometimes one of the biggest aspects of being around people with a East meets West kind of interface, you get this mix of individuals who believe the most valuable thing is to be egocentric, right? And that's perfectly all right. And then be empathetic or mildly empathetic, but largely sympathetic most of the time in order to continue to bolster one's position. And then you have the Eastern culture. And what I really mean, I guess, the Chinese-esque value system that my parents imparted me. And that's communal. Most of the things are communal. At first, you are born in a manner that emphasizes self-preservation, self-success, like making yourself. And then once that goes into adulthood, it's about contributing to society, right? There's a heavy emphasis on public decorum, and then finding relational and developing relational abilities, which is necessary because one of the natural expectations of Eastern households, at least in the Chinese diaspora sense, is developing socialization skills in order to start a family, relational skills and stuff, which is developed later. Procall asked my opinion or my perspective not long ago about the contrast between the priorities in East meets West, like what it's like to grow up surrounded by Western cultivated or dominated trends when I'm outside the house, and then when I'm inside the house, what it's like to grow up in a diaspora of Eastern with Eastern culture parents. And that's usually the case. Procol grows up in a Western house, and we were contrasting on, like, it's the grass is greener on the other side situation, but I often see it as when it happens, when it occurs. Neither is optional, both is complementary. So either you learn all the things that Western culture thinks is useful later in adulthood first, or you have an emphasis on all the things that are later in adulthood for Eastern. So while the freedom of expression, self-identity, self-want, desires, and expression of particularly only self-desires take priority in Western household, the Eastern household deals with building the person ready to contribute to society first, and then explore themselves when they become adults with the privilege of, now that you're self-sustaining and a contributor to society, now you start on working on building your selfish needs, and selfish needs in a pragmatic way, like starting a family, expressing what you want in a way, right? So when I was younger, I was far more focused on how am I going to contribute to society? How do society portray me, right? How do I act in a public space? How do I develop careers, become independent? So the moment I exit out of the door, when I'm 18, I am self-sustaining from a Western culture perspective. So whenever someone says, oh, Asians seem to, when they leave the nest, they seem to know how to be polite, be tolerant, act professionally, worry about budgets and all that. Like, well, yes, but they also, which is relatable this nowadays, they also lack communication skills, in my opinion, like roughly speaking, or forms of expression, self-expression, self-ability to elevate and stick out, all that stuff, because usually in the country of those origin, that culture, it's the social norm. But then what I discovered growing up in the United States is when I left the nest, I don't stick out. I don't have a form of expression. I manage and stoically minimize my form of emotional empathy. So I am not sympathetic or empathetic when I leave the household. I am a cold, calculating shark, right? If you suck, you suck. I strictly do not worry about how much you suck compared to me. I have to be better than you. That's kind of the cold-hearted nature of the internet nowadays. Now the internet is a great way to promote I almost even want to say the Easternization. This is a coincidence, by the way. It's not because of some sort of inherent human property. It's a coincidence that the type of thing lines up. When you apply human objectives, like metrics, to many things, and you hyper optimize for it, it can appear like the things that worked in Japan and in China, because results, pragmatism is the thing. If you don't like someone, deal with it. Learn to at least show your respect to that other person, because it is everyone's duty to show proper respect in public. If you don't like something, you're still going to do it. You learn how to problem solve and critically think to make something you don't like to do into something you're at least good at, right? And those are like the properties that Procol was talking about when Asian people leave the nest. I'm like, yes, because they're taught to moderate their emotions, not express a lot of them. And if you don't like something, you still apologize if you're part of the problem. Righteous indignation and valuing the self over the community is not something that will prepare you for quote-unquote adulthood, right? But in Western society, people leave and they know how to talk about themselves. They know that they are the most important thing. So when you try to stick out and try to get hired and whatnot, you learn how to talk about yourself, how you're important to the team, and whatnot, individualistic forward, right? This is a little bit reductive or generalization. I could probably talk about this. I could spend the whole channel dedicated to these type of idiosyncrasies. But generally speaking, it's one of the early flags or early indications, used as converging evidence for pattern recognition of people's background. If you look and see at least a diaspora of Eastern descent or Eastern culture descent, when they get into college, those people, they don't say much to you. In fact, they don't have to, because in like the U.S. education system, they grow up knowing that they have to solve their own problems. So if they're struggling, they're not going to come to you for help. They rarely do. Or they are less likely to. And when they fail, they bottle it up and still don't ask for help. They work harder and then try to solve the problem. Meanwhile, in my opinion, since I grew up in the Western education system, those who are more likely to approach me for help, like if I was a teacher assistant or something, those people end up improving their performances, because I am quite Westernized. So when it comes to the teaching appropriateness, I was more accustomed by the time that happens to be more of a promote independence at a later stage in life than telling kids to suck it up. You're an adult now. Learn your independence on your own. So that was kind of one of those characterizations. It's actually pretty brutal. I haven't grown up in obviously I haven't grown up in China, nor have I gone to China or Japan, but oftentimes that sink or swim mentality is largely not necessarily sink or swim. When you are born into, like, for the Chinese household diaspora, you are born for that moment. You are raised for the moment that you get tossed into the ocean, and you should already know how to swim. So it's a balancing act. I actually do code switching when I'm helping as a teaching assistant. Like in office hours when they approach me, I do code switching, or the other way around, as a mentor or an assistant or someone who's providing guidance to help people perform, like students to perform better or try to perform better or be encouraged. There's code swapping. You talk to westernized people, westernized children, in a way that elevates their confidence in their own abilities, and then provide explicit instruction because it's cut to the chase, right? And then like in a more nurturing way. And then the other one is like tough love, like give them more work, grind, like hit them harder with with information that they otherwise have failed to do in a way, and that actually pushes them harder. It's weird. And then you have everything in between, but it's a very startling difference when you're interacting with diaspora from an Eastern culture versus like a multi-generational westernized thing, right? And you see it even further exaggerated now on the internet, in a sense that it's not the same anymore. The role is reversed most of the time. So what was exaggerated becomes even more exaggerated. So those who like embrace objectivity, right, metrics and whatnot, they come with all the classical drawbacks of hyper focusing on pragmatism and objectivity. They have lack of emotional intelligence in conversation. They are conditioned and problem solve by avoiding social contact because you don't need it. It's only needed when you have to. So you might be thinking, oh yeah, but Japanese people, or like Japanese, have this air of being polite in public. Yeah, but being polite is different from being conversational, right? You have to go through a lot of barriers before it makes sense for them to invest in any form of conversation. If you look at the prevailing trends in Japanese, you're probably going to say, practice your politeness, your like decorum when you're looking for ways to break into conversationalism. So if there's anyone, if you spend a lot of time on the internet, by chance, that's how that works now. People go through lots of filters to be conversational. Meanwhile, most of the stuff that I talk about nowadays is the contrast what the internet is doing, because it reminds me of my childhood. Most of the anecdotes that I use from my childhood, or most of the things I talk about that's facing socialization, conversational, and communication skills that are on in like an Americanized internet, Americanized internet. I'm describing not because I'm studying it. I'm describing my childhood. One of the consequences of being hyper optimized to always concern yourself and talking about how much you have to offer in an objective way actually coincides with some of the, I don't want to call them deficiencies. They're more like roundedness, the roundedness of abilities to communicate with multiple people. So on the internet, you can remove that. You don't necessarily need those things. You can surround yourself by self-selecting yourself using objective metrics, algorithm-based sorting, categorization in order to sort yourself into a interpersonal behavioral group that may make you seem like you're acting in a social norm. Because if everyone else is around like you and you normalize that, then it will seem like everyone behaves the same pattern. And for myself, I don't see that very often because I'm code swapping on a regular basis. And that's not because I do it now. I'm getting rusty, actually. It's actually becoming a little tougher and tougher to talk to people who are hyper objective, like quite hyper objective and pragmatic. So when they talk about things like, oh, everyone foreseeably operates the same way, and therefore because of that confirmation bias, I know what to do in most of these situations, or I have all of these great practice filters, and then I will know how to invest instead of taking a chance, right? I've become a lot less able to code swap appropriately for that, because I spend most of my time now being expressive. Otherwise, not being expressive means you do not do things like go on social media as a creator, as a sharer, not go on social media as a consumer. A person who is objectively and pragmatically bound will have a behavior that's more on the consumption side. You're there to collect information, and that information will provide objective value to you only when you have determined it has objective value. And then the internet automates that to make sure that you continue to convince yourself, as well as to confirm that all the things you find valuable, it continues to be valuable, right? And anything outside of that is likely not interesting or emotionally investing or too wildly varied and unknown to be interesting to you. And I usually refer to that as apathy, as in one can be intellectually curious about something as well, but not be emotionally invested. Like, oh, I think that's interesting, but pass. It didn't cross all my filters, right? And then here, after leaving the nest, one of the things that have been very transformative in my life is doing quite the opposite of what the internet has been doing. So then we bring myself back to the present time. The present time is like often, in order to become very relatable to someone, 9 out of 10 times I will use the persona that I've had since I was a child. All the little like quirks, things about the grass is greener, all those feelings of like bottled impression, stoicism, the pride and arrogance, and like selective echo chamber, confirmation bias, those were when I was a child. Like they don't necessarily exist in isolation now that I'm an adult. And then the things I talk about that people are interested in, again by coincidence, are all the things that I'm currently working on as an adult in my life, which deals with expression, problem solving, or interpersonal problem solving. So collaborative problem solving. The idea that not only you can be independent, you can also be emergent, which is the idea of having two people who are independent synergistically producing a product that's bigger than themselves. So to me, that's a great combination of East meets West. You have the independence that is instilled and desirable by a very vastly pragmatic Easternized culture by coincidence, like historically by coincidence. The reason why I keep saying historically and coincidence is because I don't think any singular human is incapable of doing both. The idea is, are they appropriate for the environment that you have? If you are self-selecting yourself into an environment that you do not need to depend on another person or want to collaborate on another person independently, co-independence, right? instead of codependence, co-independence, then you don't need it. You don't need those skills. So in no way am I saying you have to live your life a certain way or not, but the idea is I like to see if they are curious or want to tackle the potential of doing that. So yes, it is really wonderful what very independent people can create. It is also incredibly palpable when people become codependent on each other, for better or for worse, right? Like a loving couple. There are codependent couples, and then there are co-independent couples. One is not quite like the other. There's very telltale signs. And then one is not as romantic, if you, as the other. Like we have professional couples. Professional couples are what I use as a euphemism for two co-independent people who have either occasional common interests and conflicts of interest, but they negotiate them based purely on their independence. So for example, a great one would be, oh, my husband, like for example, or oh, my wife, right? My wife, she hangs out with the ladies like 4 days of 7 of the week. We hang out and dinner, but whenever we get a project together, then we'll work really well. And then when we not, lots of distance, lots of isolation, right? And then you have codependent ones, and there are far more, like statistically, there are far more codependents than there are co-independent. And the success rate of co-independence relationships, especially those that end up having children and what, are fairly low, largely because behaviorally they also do not engage in taking risks or unknowns. And I find that very relatable, largely because I do feel like the people that I attract most of the time, that I keep as long-standing friends, they are largely co-independent. And the scores are in so far. 0 out of 15. 0 out of 15 couples that I know without children. Meanwhile, my extended family, all of them have. But they are codependent, and they're not necessarily codependent for reasons you're thinking. They're codependent because of familial bounds and tradition and duty, which is one of those things that very difficult to communicate when it comes to a purely Western or westernized, selfish dependence, individualism for things. And myself, I'm a blend of that. So there's a very great explainer as to why I'm still single and not with children, right? But that's a fun one. I like talking about these. I think youth is such a wonderful topic, right? It's for both old and young people. I guess I have this wonderful nostalgia of thinking about how childhoods can be so incredibly transformative. Youth makes me think about it all the time. When I see this in Chinese, and now I guess I'm see this for a little bit in Japanese, until this cycles out to a longer. That's what I think about. I wanted to explain that a little bit because I think it's worth rehearsing, largely because I have to explain myself most of the time. On the internet now, understanding what youth stands for. Youth is a bottle of emotions. Youth is a turmoil in identity, often now on the internet. And then often as a form of compensation, when someone gets older, they are far more refractory in socializing or interpersonal skills. They're a lot more withdrawn and isolated. And if you're looking at the social trends and behavioral trends, online due to the hyper optimization of metrics. It produces coincidentally many of the things that I addressed when I was going to college and going to graduate school. The form of expressions become liberating because you are forced into a situation where you must participate in interpersonal communication. Even in a place that has homocultural, like monocultural, right? Singular homogeneous culture, that act of needing to have to exchange and communicate with another person leads to the output and the skill development necessary for communication. So when you remove that, as in you don't obligate yourself to needing to go and interact with someone, then you inherently retain that behavior in which the internet culture and a oddly coincidental Easternized perspective. You can argue and with me very cogently and analytically about all the things that make your life run without necessarily having a desire or being interested or emotionally invested in anything I have to say about the pros and cons or the trade-offs of interacting with other people. If you don't need other people and nothing in your life challenges you to have to do that, then in my opinion, the human condition would dictate that you find no value in, right? And for myself, I didn't need anyone when I was growing up because number one is all you concern about. You make yourself the best. You help other people because you can. That's it. If someone asks you for help, you help them because it benefits you and your image. You keep doing that and you become successful, right? And the rest is history. You learn then through interpersonal communication skills much later to like have a relationship with a significant other. Then you learn again to how to socialize when you're talking to your child. Like you learn how to discipline your child or like learn to be relaxed, or and then over time when someone gets older, that's when you had the other stereotype. You know, we're calling these stereotypes because they're categorical. You get that idea of a grandmother who always, or grandfather and grandmother who always treats their grandchildren like spoiled brats because they've laxed up due to all their life experiences. But the parent and the mother will still be in the discipline phase. They will still be in that I'm still learning how to empathize and sympathize. But for the time being, I prioritize the objective need of my child. They need to be disciplined. They need to do all the things I understand about the public space. And they need to learn it before I let them leave the house, right? And the cycle continues. I think for Eastern, from a foreigner perspective, because technically I'm still a foreigner, I still recognize that when I see depictions of Japanese household life, Chinese household life, in Western, it's not that. The convenience for me, though, is all the things that I described is relatable in a generation that spends most of their time online. Because online, coincidentally, do very similar behavioral checks that for example, Chinese parents do. What do Chinese parents do in order to motivate you to do better? They show you an example that is better than you. So whatever you like online, the online internet will provide an example and expose you to whatever you like, but better than you. So now parents don't have to do that. But what are the consequences? My parents did that literally because the internet wasn't around, by the way. Like video games isn't going to show me a better example of myself and my interest. Like when I'm playing Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm not being bombarded by everyone who's better at Sonic the Hedgehog than me. My parents do that, but my parents don't play video games. So they do it in other ways. They tell me like, oh, you got a 99.9%. Why didn't you get a 100%? Your cousin got a 100% in math. You can do better. And then, when I get 100%, my parents are going to ask, so which kid in your school has the highest grade? Oh, this kid. They got 125% because they got a weighted average. Like, well, why didn't you get a 125%? Are you like secretly not taking harder courses to get the extra bonus score? That was actually true, by the way. When I was catching up, I wasn't allowed to go in those courses, but I didn't explain any of those things because it's about doing better. It's my problem, right? It's my problem. Like, my parents did so much for us to move to better education, right? Better education, but I have to catch up. I was like two years behind. So when my parents asked me, why didn't you get a 120% as opposed to 100%? I would explain to them, I can't, but I will do better next time. Period. Like, I just didn't. I couldn't. But that's not their problem. They wouldn't understand, so I shouldn't share it. I get the results. Online, that replaces that mentality. You don't have to anymore ask if there's a better example of what you're doing. You get fed that online. In fact, it's to the point where some people get so caught up in celebrating people who do better than them that they stop wanting to do it at all. Which is interesting because when you're growing up in a household in the Chinese way, if you're not good at something, don't do it. But if you're not good at something that your parents think you have to do, get good. It's kind of like how the internet works, doesn't it? Like when you talk to someone else, like you would type an expressive, like, the rare expressive person would say, oh, I don't know what I'm doing wrong and stuff. I think over 50% of the comments would be get good, skill issue. And honestly, when I'm being brutal with myself, that's kind of the household that I grew up in. Like, that is what made me good. Foreseeably, right? That's what made me fictitious. Get good, skill issue. So it's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste. Now here's the downside. Here's the problem, per se, the foreseeable problem I have with this order. You grow up as a kid, right? As a kid, knowing that that is the only way to do things. What happens when you fail? What happens when you become an adult and that is the only thing you're going to be exposed for? So like, for example, when you become an adult, what else are you going to interact with? Still the internet, right? Your behavior doesn't force you to change what that is. So alternative possibilities are removed now. When I left my household, I had different exposures. And even when Japanese people leave their households, they engage in a different part of their life. Even despite everyone acting and conforming for the most part, that environment supports and presents the other obstacles. Needing to work with other people, because when you leave the house, you have to work with other people. You work in companies, you learn how to execute on those things. In a different culture that doesn't have that decorum, like the internet culture, the internet is isolated from it. It stays with you for the rest of your life. So now I'm not saying this because I'm using it as prediction. I'm observing the current behavior of people who have grown up with the internet now. Like, there are enough older adults, right, 20s, that nearly exclusively grow up with the internet. And now you can see that it's prolonged. So when are they gonna have to encounter their first need to interact with a boss, someone they're senior, getting along with people that you don't get along with, but they're not like, you don't hate each other, you have to work together, but the way you guys work together, it's a conflict of interest. Someone's very lazy and you're very studious, or you're very lazy or carefree and they're very, when did you develop those skills? You don't. You haven't. It's unlikely, because the internet selects for patterns, selects for behavior. If you didn't want to work with people before, when you have to, you still don't. You're not going to. And the whole get good and skill issue is one of the ways to circumvent that, right? When I was growing up, my parents say you need these skills, period. And then my school says you need these skills, period. So even if you don't like it, you gotta make it work. Now you have an option. Nowadays, you get to choose. And I often harp on this a lot when it comes to language learning. When someone tells you you should learn like a kid again because learning like a kid is the most efficient way, I often throw in one little point of wrench into that problem. You gotta learn like a kid with adult supervision, adult oversight. When you're learning like a kid, you have adult structure. Adult structure is wisdom that you can't accommodate for as a kid. So now the question I often ask myself nowadays, how has the internet excluded things from me? Because those are quite important, but I'm already an adult. I've already had those experiences. Like every day I ask myself, oh, I've been doing this for like 100 days. What have I excluded from it? Because when you're purely focusing on optimization, you're focusing on maximizing the thing you're focused on. It creates tunnel vision. That's what one of the trade-offs of hyperfocus. If you hyperfocus on your own success, then I wouldn't be surprised that you are alone. And later on, when you ever want to not be alone, like if it becomes a problem, like at the moment it might not be a problem or something you desire, but then you have to work on it. So how do you do that? Well, oftentimes people who are like in their 40s and 50s, when they make it good and all that stuff, they had some period in their lives that went through that process. So it's kind of like more training a bike, like getting back on the bike and everything feels like it snaps into place and retraining happens. Honestly, this sounds quite extreme, but I don't like to say it's a doomed process. It's not permanent, right? Being able to engage in interpersonal skills can be achieved however reliant you are on yourself, if you so desire. So the reason why I'm a little bit of a contrarian most of the time, if you're very social, I would offer the counter perspective. Have you ever considered finding some isolation, sitting down, breathing, meditating? Because when you're hyper socializing, you don't have any peace and quiet to yourself. And then you rarely engage in self-identity and stuff anymore. It's not that they don't have it or the capacity to do so. The idea is balancing. Humans are homeostatic. They are able to, when balancing things, it doesn't rear the ugly head of boredom, right? Ugly head of boredom, stagnation, repetition, and just things that make life seem so dull and gray, right? So that balance, you can have skills in which when you switch it up again, it's not as hard, quote unquote hard from a subjective standpoint. Is it hard to talk to a stranger? When I was younger, it felt like the world ends when I have to talk to a stranger. It's even hard. When I left high school, it's even hard to ask a teacher for help. It was even hard to ask someone for help when I was depressed. it was even hard when I started having intrusive thoughts. Like, those are the consequences that a singular person may not be able to achieve, right? Like, and it's through the interaction of being a social creature that you can circumvent, if not transformatively resolve these problems. So oftentimes I often think there's a really interesting irony and coincidence here that like to separate cause and effect. One of them is, what does being incredibly communal or socially forward require? Incredible strong independence, right? Which is something that I don't think people make the same connections. They think, in my opinion, in terms of the order of things, is that to become a very socially adept and communal forward person, you would require to be incredibly extroverted and trained to be social and interpersonal as a child growing up, right? Then they would care about society and whatnot. In my opinion, in reality, it actually does the opposite in terms of like cause and consequence. The ones that withdraw incredibly quick and fast and loose are those who were encouraged to take many, many chances on people as a younger person, and that leaves the negativity and the bitterness to overshadow the positivity, because it's a human condition, in my opinion, that the negative stuff tends to stick out quite more, despite not occurring as much even in a childhood situation. But those who are incredibly independent are incredibly cold-hearted when they become adults, but they're cold-hearted but consistent. And then and it's through like strong identity practice and rigor when they were younger. And the opposite is those who are incredibly empathetic and sympathetic as a younger kid, goes through all the ropes and ups and downs of that, and they typically less likely to engage in that when they're adults. They become more selective, right? Because they've nailed this down, so they have fewer friends but higher quality friends and situations. So that, in my opinion, is a way to explain some of this stuff. Like, the cause and consequences need time frames. Being incredibly independent also means you're not very great at talking to people and communicating with other people, which checks out. It sounds logical now. However, it's not attributed to the same things that, in my opinion, a lot of people would think. Like, what leads to a cold-hearted, calculating success story that, runs a CEO business and always get people to get good and overcome their social emotional baggages? A cold person. And that is pretty much the opposite of the stereotypes that, in my opinion, Japanese and Chinese cultures get in public. They're kind and polite, not socially adjusted social people or great conversationalists. You have to go through lots of barriers in order to create that. Incredibly social people are expressive and empathetic right from the start. However, they also lack social identities and without like self-identities. So they lack discipline, scheduling, suck it up, get good discipline, perseverance, because oftentimes they become too codependent on an uncontrollable factor, which is, so you learn to love to hate the inconsistencies of human interaction. And that leads to an inconsistency in discipline and self-identity, strength, and independence. So then I'm full circle. Why do I think about this all the time? I switch between it all the time. When someone is stressing that they only behave as an empathetic person, my first thought is, have you considered thinking about what you want? Have you considered what makes you strong, valuable, without the need for opinions of others. Because that would be what I would typically say to counter and moderate and balance someone who is incredibly empathetic. Those are individuals who would immediately get devastated by like 100 people telling them they suck at life or something, right? That's a hyper empathetic, sympathetic, expressive person, extroverted even, right? And then you have the super hardcore self-identifying, I only care what I want to care, and it takes like pulling teeth to even be concerned or interested in the potential of another person, because it really just factors in if they're interested, right? That is, for lack of a better word, Chinese. Having Chinese parents, that's what that taught me. And then when I see Japan's stereotypes, when people talk about how Japanese people act in public and how Chinese people act in public, that's that. It's business, not personal. Most things are business. Like, oh, hey, you're wrong. You should pay for this. Business. And then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, but we all know who's wrong here. But we're going to apologize to each other to be polite. But each person is expected, if they're wrong, they know that they're wrong and they do to make it right. That's how conformity creates public decorum behavior that is acceptable, because everyone is on faith, right? They are in good faith. If you're someone who is individualized really strongly and then do not have the balance of whatever that decorum is, and you live in a country that would take advantage of it, you know, expression, elevation, not necessarily based on merit, but on sentimentalization, and like sentimentality, then you can feel betrayed. And yes, I have had my personal anecdotes with international students who found that it was very difficult to leave an impression on people in a Western like society, like, because you don't stick out, you don't express yourself. It doesn't matter how much you know, like how good you are. If you can't express it, then the other person won't know. And then you may argue, well, I could demonstrate it. That is a form of expression. What I'm talking about is when people don't ask, do you have the capacity to express it? I'm not literally talking about like using your words or something. Are you motivated to demonstrate something? There is a hyper realized reason why content creators, those ones who are successful, right? Like those ones who continuously enjoy themselves, is because they are participating in active expression through demonstration, which is kind of like a nice harmonious balance or trigger of both the two sides of me. And that's kind of exactly my reasoning. Some other people can provide counter examples because I welcome them, but that is the reason why it's I like content creation for myself and for anyone who cares. That's kind of the balance between the two. I do this for myself because I want to, and then for anyone who comes across who want to contrast or offer their word of wisdom, I welcome them. Meanwhile, I have middling success because it's a mid kind of thing. And if I need to shift, I'll shift. But my needs are met because I know what my needs are and my desires. And then I also know how I can appeal to exactly, or at least try to appeal and communicate and demonstrate what I have to offer, despite so that they can consistently be communicated. And the results tend to be a little bit more consistent to my expectations, so therefore I'm emotionally stable, right? Oftentimes when people expect to be popular, they don't necessarily have the balance of objective and subjective identities to negotiate how they're feeling. Like, for example, someone's like, oh, I'm doing exactly the same thing this person's doing, and I'm not like scoring 5 million viewers, and this guy's just like doing worse than me, and I'm doing a better job. My empathetic side would say, the things you see, you are doing better. The things you don't see, you're not doing better. And my objective side, the get good, like Eastern side, would say, and those things that you are not seeing are the reason why that person has 5 million views and you don't. So it's a combination of the two. The idea is, which one do I pick as the first thing to talk about? If I want to be this person's friend, I would try to empathize with them first, because empathy is required for conversation and trust prior to the get good skill issue harsh reality of objectivity, right? Like if someone told me, hey, did you know you can tag your videos, and then if you spam tags in videos you'll become more popular? Like, that's not true. But let me level with you. I can understand where you would get that idea. When you spam, mere exposure is very great. But the thing you're missing, the thing you want to see, is that I'm a streamer, and so I'm like everyone else. Before then, what you don't see is, even if I spam the tags that I spam that's relevant to my content is not trendy. The objective truth is this stuff is not popular. People do not care about this stuff. So when you're focusing on specific things that are in common with all the streamers, it is well balanced to also see what is absent between the thing you're observing and the trends you're looking at. If you don't, in my opinion, it leads to situations like the person that I discussed, where this person thinks they are incredibly successful, they're very good at the one thing they're doing, and they think they should be popular. And then when they compare themselves to another person, they focus on the thing they're good at, and then they do not entertain or observe what is actually different between the two. Not that you can still be coincidentally successful when you do only focus on things. You can be so good, right? The other like life hack that people talk about is you can be so good that you're irreplaceable. The Chinese instilled tradition that I have is I prefer to take the 80% chance that it's something I don't see, and there are plenty of solutions to that, versus banking on the idea that I am the best, right? So a lot of harsh realities to the people I interact with, I don't introduce that. I try, in my opinion, to see, do they want to be the best, and continue to do that. But you can lean in like, hey, are you interested in this by any chance? Like, if you could do the best thing you can do, but also have it relate to this thing, that creates an opportunity for that person to develop skills without necessarily them knowing it, because they don't want to do the analytical, objective thing, right? And that is the difference between making someone independent and encouraging them to become dependent on you, right? And that is the tack that I tend to use for someone has a stronger self-identity. The person who doesn't have a strong identity, yeah, of course, you would provide it, or you would demonstrate, or you let them shove them into an environment and get them to solve it themselves. Oftentimes, those who have strong self-identities treat people who do not have strong self-identity by solving their solutions the same way they would solve their own. And then those who are dependent on other people, like expressive, extroverted people, they require demonstration from another way, because it's through empathy and sympathy that they acquire their skills. So whenever I'm speaking to someone who has a strong identity, right, and you see a child who is not independent, then you kind of want to balance that out in some way. People, again, it sounds like a broken record, but people, yes, they all learn differently and they all have different motivations. The older you get, the more likely you are fossilized into a specific way of learning. And the person who is chatting and talking become exponentially more charismatic because they can code swap and try to get some granularity between the two. However, I like to make a disclaimer. It has become far more exponentially easier if you stay on the internet, because polarized behavior tends to be very defined. I think 20 years ago or ish, before the internet was like into this hyper optimized thing, it was very difficult. It was so difficult to the point where I would argue that those people who have a great self-identity, they would not succeed most of the time. They would fail to succeed, which is why they aren't the CEOs of today. Like, what I mean is, they're not 40-year-old, 50-year-old people who are usually being used as role models for stuff, because those individuals, they socialized before the hyper, or so they are using their skills that are desirable for other people now. So they sell those skills. They sell how to become more conversational, how to become fluent in a language, how to attract viewership, how to get people to care about you, right? But not in the same way that you're, in my opinion, misleading, amateurish advice about, oh, well, if you keep aiming to be the best, then statistically you're likely to succeed. When you're aiming to be the best without rounding out your skills and all that stuff, you're statistically unlikely to succeed. That's what the best means, right? The combination of everything you try while trying to be the best at the one thing is the rounded answer. And that includes a basic principle or sufficient minimal desire to understand how to socialize with someone. Like, you can be the greatest one-man army, yet I would most definitely use some semblance of level of charisma and empathy to scout out a great editor, for example. How would you be able to hire people reliably if you have zero social skills and zero empathy? You could become the modern CEO of today, who view everyone as a helping hand and use algorithms to statistically judge the character's performance as opposed to their reliability in their characters. That's perfectly fine. So it's the difference between having a Ubisoft game and Clair Obscur. The reason why I chose Ubisoft is the director of Clair Obscur has a relationship with Ubisoft. So, are you corporate? Because Japan is corporate. Like, if I had to be really, really solid about it, is you suck it up. Suck it up, and it's based on performance. Straight meritocracy. Do your work, do well, go in a company. You're feeling down, stop showing it in the workplace. The workplace is no place for you to complain about your work. Do good work, period, right? And then meanwhile, when you think of people who are now very individualized, well, yeah, most people aren't going to, like, one day, in my opinion, one day you're going to say, oh, I really like this person. And you meet the person in hindsight, that person probably won't want to. I like to say, because not because they don't like you. It's because they probably don't know anything about you. And then when you try to explain yourself, it's like this cold, detached, calculated expression of yourself. And the person you're talking to probably spent a large majority of their time interacting with people, and creating a trust between that is is only going to be defined by your qualifications. So you most certainly will be able to get results. You will I would not trust the person. I would trust the person to get the job done. I wouldn't trust the person for personal connections or anything. Like, for example, yesterday the word dependent, or I like to say the word dependent, is a great word to illustrate meritocracy. You can find a lot of dependable people, but can you find a lot of reliable people? Well, it's only as reliable as your judge of character. And your judge of character is dependent on your experience with other people. I have a lot of, when I was describing my best friends yesterday, I was talking about reliable people, people I trust unconditionally. I'm not talking about people I depend on who provides a result or a product because they're good at it. And they're also good at that too when they're at their job and stuff. I look for people who I trust. So as in, what is the difference between dependable and reliable? A dependable person, like, this is pedantic. Sorry for anyone who doesn't have a different aspect of English that I do. I like to discern these words and nuances. A dependable person is someone who will get the job done. So if you hire them, you pay them, you incentivize them, they'll get the job done. A reliable person will do things that you didn't even ask for because they just think you want it. Like, they come through. Like, in fact, a reliable person, and that is why being dependable is kind of desirable in a company standpoint, is when someone's reliable, you trust them in the sense like, oh, I know my friend wasn't going to like this game, but if I play with them, like if I invite them to play, they might end up liking the game. That's reliability. When you're dependent, like if you're dependable, like, they don't like this game, so I should really pick a game that they do like, so then they will like it. Like, they're dependable because they're dependent on their objectivity. They're dependent on what you already know about the person. So you can hire someone solely on their merits, or you can combine both of them. Oftentimes, I would say being a reasonable judge of character while at the same time being someone who specializes in looking at merits, right? Objectivity pays back in far more dividends than someone who specializes in one. Because at the very top, sacrificing a little bit of that to get results. So oftentimes, I am a very direct person in terms of contrasting when someone gives me such a bipolar, hyperbolic expression of, or intellectual exploration, and maybe intellectual and emotional exploration. Not that I'm telling them they have to or not have to. Personally, if a person says, I'm incredibly happy, this is how I operate, and I found an environment suitable for that, they are able to express all of that in a objective way anyways. And then there are other people who say things like they put their happiness first, right? So they're able to qualitate their the things that make them feel with an action. Then I would ask them, do your actions lead to like sustainability of your emotions? Because then we're applying objective things. And that's kind of how I see exchanging ideas. And it doesn't get old, in my opinion, because the moment you apply both of them, one or the other is going to make it so that you have something to talk about. And this is going to be a double standard. It's going to feel like a double standard for someone who's incredibly objective. But at the end of the day, that answer, that question, that lingering satisfaction that you have is the human condition. And that's the satisfaction of connecting with. So if you don't want to live beyond yourself, that's perfectly fine. Objectively, also, someone who is objective and independent should also know that you're not equipped to also make comments about how other people interact with each other because you don't engage in that. So oftentimes it takes the first step to interacting with another person to figure out objectively, I suppose, where you are in your communication skills. And to me, it is a double standard because someone who interacts with people will be able to see that more commonly than someone who doesn't interact with other people. If you don't interact with other people, knowledge only goes so far. I believe objectively that is also very logical, right? If you don't observe evidence of something, then you haven't practiced that thing, and therefore most likely underperform compared to someone who actually practice and have evidence. That's kind of the youth is what I'm talking about. Youth. I love Western youth because it reminds me of what modern adult, like internet modern adults may need a little of. Not Eastern youth, Western youth. The adults of today do not operate with the youth that I saw when I was a kid. I saw other kids do the things that young adults these days do not do anymore. And that's why I tend to advocate and suggest these things through demonstration. When and here's a disclaimer. When the stream goes off, I'm not this. I'm not like very expressive. I practice this. So on stream is a way to help me practice communication, monologuing to myself, talking about these things, because personally I still default to, yeah, when the stream goes off, if I'm not solving people's problems, I move along. I make products, I write papers, I do research. I think I have a lot of the answers to my life's things, and I wait for life to present me a problem. But I think there's a way that I negotiate this. Being involved in other people's problems doesn't have to be probing other people for problems. You can make yourself available intentionally or unintentionally. A lot of times when someone reflects upon themselves, it's like, yeah, you know, I became the go-to guy. Like yesterday we had a conversation with Jazz. When I was younger, that was who I was. I was a yes man. I was the guy who like, okay, eventually I learned to say no. When I was like 36, I know it's a very late time in my life when I learned to say no to people. But before then, I was unintentionally available all the time. And in order to promote that decorum that I have, I always say yes. And that became that feeling that, yeah, I don't know why, I can't quite pinpoint it, but I end up usually becoming the person that people become dependent on. So I accept that and do that. I thought that was one of the relatable things, but I didn't really want to tackle that situation. Nowadays, though, if that is to happen, because it'll be a natural consequence of making yourself available, I gotta work on how to make people independent. So that's what I'm doing now. If I wanted to describe what I have been trying to work on for the last 6 years, or because I have this hobby of streaming, is the idea is to illustrate an example of how to become independent, not dependent. I don't want people to become dependent on WaniKani or dependent on HanziHero. I want to demonstrate how I use something and take it with me. Just take their ideas, mold them into something else. Like eventually WaniKani goes away. It's a product. It's something that is dispensable. You do not become dependent on products and tools. In order to be independent, you know how to take things away. Okay, I've gotten all the value I have. Like, for example, if I get to level 16 and someone's like, huh, I wonder if I only want to go up to level 16. Well, what did you see? And I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible. If none of that is interesting, then yeah, you should quit by level 16, because that's just the beginning. You should know at some point where, oh, this is too much work, or this is too much work. So you see the process and you're like, yeah, nah. So maybe I will use the tool up to level 5, or like give it a try. And so that's what I focus on. I focus on describing things in detail so that someone can make an informed decision about it. And then for anyone who sticks around, they don't become dependent on me. And that goes against Twitch and YouTube algorithm. If you don't make people dependent on having to show up, then they don't show up anymore, right? And that's not someone who wants to become a content creator as a career, which I'm not. So the good news here is I started content creation and streaming on Twitch and YouTube on the prospect that I don't have to rely on it for like a source of income. I am not dependent on this. So it allows me to do and create the things I want because I'm trying to show independence, not a dependency. So when someone comes up and say, what do you think it takes to be a successful content creator? Well, first of all, I'm not. Right? Like that's the Eastern side of things, the objective. I'm not a successful content creator. But may I ask you, before I be a little too presumptuous, what do you think is a successful content creator? Because they said it, some people would say it even despite the fact that it doesn't meet objective standards. So sometimes I meet the occasional person that say, well, it's because you stream for a very long time and it doesn't seem like it bothers you. Like, well, yeah, those are all the skills that those are a lot of the skills that content creators have, but they're not the most important to meet the social standards of what a successful content creator. I'm a successful person that includes things that aren't visible as a content creator. Like, for example, how to finance, how to invest, how to write things, help people without being on a live stream, have connections, socialize with other people. If I'm in trouble, I think I have far many more people that live way beyond, like way below their means. Like most of the people around my life, I would tend to be pretty confident that they live below their means, as in they have plenty of room to help someone, but they don't necessarily have to choose to do it. They don't make themselves available to anyone. And I, as an example, would choose to do that because I can. I don't overextend myself. So if I choose to live stream to welcome and make myself available, I'm not being dependable. I'm trying to be reliable. Right? A reliable person shows up even if you don't care or not. A reliable person, when you're sick and they see that you're sick, they will help you even if you don't want them to. They might know you even better than you know yourself on certain things that you can't observe yourself. That's reliability. It's trust, loyalty, the things a person might have difficulty finding if it's solely based on objectivity. Now, I'm not saying that Japanese people and Chinese people don't have these. It's later down the road. So you are evaluated first through the door on decorum, dependency, or like dependence, like being dependable, and then it can foster into loyalty and whatnot. Although I would say it's definitely a different aspect since everyone else is behaving, since everyone else is reinforcing conformity. Individualism, an individualistic country, has a lot, even more weight on trying to be reliable at the end of the game, right? Like, would you bank yourself on someone who is like, would you hire your friend who isn't the best at their job versus hiring a stranger who's the best at their job? These are the two sides of the same coin. You can hire the stranger who's best at their job in order for the opportunity to be more than just a hire on dependency. You might begin to trust the person and become loyal. So that's one avenue. Or you take someone who's already loyal to you, who's reliable, who despite them not being good at the job, they can become the best at their job because you already have that reliability. They both can lead, both of them can lead to a successful dynamic. The question is, if you only adhere to one dynamic, then I hope that you live in an environment, in a country that supports that. And on the internet, I don't think it supports that. So what do I mean by that? The necessary skills that people want so that they can be successful in operating a business on the internet are not what the internet's algorithms and stuff provide. So, like, what are specific skills? Interpersonal communication skill. To compete on the internet requires scalability, right? So if you want to compete with other people, they actually ended up developing those skills before. They have a crew of reliable people, wonderful editors. In fact, it's becoming more and more apparent that that's kind of a trendy on-demand information, like behind the scenes, right? BTS stuff, or alternative channels that reveal BTS stuff. And I'm not talking about the Korean K-pop. Sorry BTS fans. But behind the scenes. So then you understand what the organization's things are. And that's becoming a little bit more common thing. Like integrating other members that are behind the camera to exposure to demonstrate that this is the normalization. So when someone says they are very well put together and they only care about the things they want and whatnot, I like to believe that they're either the leader and they have privileges that allows them to make humans more dispensable based on their dependability, then yeah, it would work all the time. And funny enough, yesterday and the day before, we talked about CEO decisions, you know, like AI integration of AI and all that stuff. That dispenses with the necessity of needing to interact with the human aspect of things. And that can work. It can work in an operation, in specific operation. Probably not, in my opinion, for myself, I don't think if being a content creator, right? Like if I wanted to do this as a professional, I've heard this comment before, but in my opinion, I can do one better. I can explain why this is true, as opposed to saying it's my only choice. And one of the things is I prefer a specific size audience, a specific size infrastructure when I'm still alone. But if I were to scale this up, I would need to hire people. And the thing I want to keep in mind is the way I hire people is probably going to be on reliability, not dependability. You can be an incredibly skilled editor, but I'm looking to invest in a person who would do anything and everything to get better because they care, not because they're coming for a paycheck. Right? You can still hire the best people, and you know, in ideal situation, you would have a reliable and a dependable person all at once. But to me, oftentimes, especially when you talk on the internet, the most dependable people are the least reliable people. And not that it's always the case, but they tend to be less reliable than those who are just middling. So I tend to, when I think about friends and stuff, I don't see perfection. I see potential. That's what I look for in friends, right? Not professional colleagues. Like if I were to enter a professional contract, maybe 70-30. 70% dependable, so their resume checks out and whatnot. But I need at least some semblance of room to grow, to promote loyalty, legacy, and whatnot. Like you could pull a BuzzFeed, for example. Sorry, BuzzFeed. A BuzzFeed where most people use BuzzFeed as a stepping stone. It's a very, very open secret, or a well-known secret, that when you have a company that offers as a dependable source of credibility and stepping stone and experience, that's what you'll get. Loyalty falls by the wayside and retention falls by the wayside. So if you're cycling through friends and you find that that's the nature of humans, I disagree with you. It's the nature of the humans you interact with. If you feel like friends are always temporary and people are always temporary, it might be true for your environment, but it's certainly not true for me. So if I exist, then I'm your antithesis. When you say people always say the same thing, for example, I see people literally saying the same thing, but totally thinking different things. Largely because the granularity speaks for itself. So while I'm using reductive and generalities, when someone says this and someone says that, I'm saying likely the case, maybe the case. However, with investments, you're probably going to find granularity. And that granularity is a breeding ground to tackle the idea of subjective things like trust, loyalty, love, companionship, and youth. I think I'm biased. I'm absolutely biased. I think youth screams love, nostalgia, exhilarating experiences, bittersweetness. My childhood experiences very little of those. If anything, it was mostly bitter, overcoming adversity, discrimination, racism. That was my childhood. Hard work. Not sure if I've ever worked hard enough. Isolation. It was one-sided, and overcoming that was what produced the adult decorum necessary to then get exhilarating experiences, bittersweet moments, people who are struggling with the mental health, but at the same time people who are way happier than me, so well socially adjusted than me, and those are some of my best friends. And now I believe, because I decided to want to really achieve that I'm a little bit more socially. I have friends that I can ask for help, and I wouldn't feel shame or like some sort of lesser person because I ask friends who have different experiences for me to collaborate on problems. In fact, sometimes we both have different problems and we collaborate on solving each other's problem because they're not important to us, but they came up, and then we learn from each other, right? That's complementarity, not supplementarity, which is why I think most people who are very independent will continue to believe that interpersonal communication and stuff is a supplement. It's an extra. You can choose to like something or do something when you're available, because otherwise your equilibrium is pretty good, which is nice, right? I have learned that I can be greedy with things, and a lot of individuals say, wait, greedy, you mean like corporate greed? It's like, no, I like to be greedy with making sure that people understand that I care about them. I'm greedy in that way. So if someone decides to give me some time, I have to make it very obvious that you have to know that I'm trying my best. That's what happens. But I only make myself available as much as I can handle. And that's where that whole dependable thing comes in. I don't stretch myself thin, or I try not to. But the human side can, greed can spiral out of control. So one really unfortunate example would be someone who becomes popular really, really fast, and they don't know what to do with it, and then suddenly they did something and it caused a scandal. That's scaling problems, right? For discipline. My childhood taught me discipline, not to indulge or spoil. But I certainly try to spoil anyone who comes along, right? They are spoiled because I don't have a lot of friends. I keep my friend category very as much as I can humanly believe that I still care about them, right? I don't it feels very off-putting, but this is going to be a weird flex. I take pride in how much I try to make, or at least how much I try to make myself available to, whether they know it or not. So that's kind of one of the things, right? Like someone comes by, we haven't seen each other for 6 months, and they would apologize for not seeing. It's like, no worries, you know where I am, right? I'm always gonna be here. I try to be as the obviously I have friends that are far more empathetic than I am, as in they would apologize for not staying in contact or keeping regular moments, and it's difficult for them to feel any other way. And for me, I'm like, this is natural part of having separate lives, right? We are independent people, or the couples that they're kind of dependent on semi-codependent, but we are independent of each other. So the idea is it's expected. At the same time, they feel that way, I feel a different way, and you have to be able to, or I don't know, you can be satisfied with friends who don't ever apologize, or that's why I kind of appreciate the friends I have. And I think some of it deals with not serendipity per se, but more of a force in environment. It is serendipity combination. If you have to go to the university, you're going to have to meet people. So if you have to make it work, one of the things that I would say you certainly could try and do if you want, go to college and make no friends. Don't ever network. Get your degree and then go off and apply a job and use zero socialization skills. Grit your way through interview, or never work under anyone, start your own business, and then therefore you don't ever have to care about interacting or selecting for anyone, and that's perfectly fine. Talking to those type of owners, I rarely would ever be friends with an owner like that, because eventually they probably become CEOs themselves. What I would classify as the modern day self-made man. Right now, hear me out. There are some counter examples, like equalizers. If they have a family, that's a great equalizer. So when you think of entrepreneurs, the ones that I tend to resonate with are the people who happen to have families as well. They are sole proprietors, so they didn't maybe during their youth they didn't want to have to level and pander and work under someone. Actually, most of them happen to have done that, but then they became sole proprietors. They still have family on top of interpersonal skills, right? It's humbling, it's sobering. It's always humbling and sobering. cue the 14-year-old that has the love of the world backing them, and they just trash me, or they just trash me on like how to be kind to someone. Like, oh man, there are some kids out there who have such an intuition for kindness and precociousness that I don't think I can match because of my objectivity. Are there other reasons for someone to start their own business other than not having to care about other people? Ambition, I think, right? I think Jeff Bezos, in one of the documentaries or interviews, I'm not sure if he started the business because you. Wait, are there other? Wait, hold up. Are there other reasons someone to start their own business other than not having to care about other people? So hold up. So other reasons. So like starting business outside of caring for other people. And I'm not sure if Jeff Bezos started business care for other people. Maybe. Or like Bill Gates. I'm thinking of documentaries that could be useful. But I think Bill Gates was motivated by passion. Like the passion for the technology, but they weren't motivated specifically on looking at the impact that it would have necessarily for other people or someone close to them. Jeff Bezos might not be. He might have had family and people who imparted, but there are quite a examples where businesses was spawned from the invention, the passion of the invention that they had, and simply pursuing that passion of the invention they have led them to start concerning themselves of how their invention will affect other people. And then it becomes that global thing where business has shaped that person's ability to need to care about other people, and then that bled into certain other things. Oftentimes a great way to cite those examples is when their family life strains and they lose grasp of their family life at the cost of their business. That's a great that's a interesting outcome or consequence of someone who started a business without the consideration of having to care for other people, including even the ones that are close to them. So, you know, cue the stereotype where the business, maybe your question can be abrupt, but I guess I just point at areas that I think need spotlighting. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that coincides with most of the things that's a great way to provide an example. It provides a negative example of it, right? And I've already made examples that I typically think of the proactive situations, but this would be a counterpoint, an excellent counterpoint, which I haven't highlighted. So at least I think you're using a double negative, so that's a problem. Like another reason not having to care about other people. So I'm interpreting it. I think I'm interpreting it properly. You're asking for examples of people who start businesses for themselves, not for anything else, right? Or are you asking for, do you think I've provided examples? Are you looking for a good example of other reasons that work out well? Like the motivation behind your spotlighting is a little, I'm not quite clear where I need to go there, because I can give you examples that worked out because they started the business and not care for people. Like some people start businesses out of passion and then it bloomed into caring about people. There are great examples of that too. I think Amazon is a great example. That's why I brought up Jeff Bezos, possibly. His approach to the business model was to invest in people, in his clientele. And so it spawned from his need for, you walk back at a random point just now, and what you picked up is that someone can start a business so that they don't have to be held back by other people. No. I think it checks out that that you would, like, in my opinion, that sounds like something that would be a good a way to interpret it. I was talking about proactiveness. People start businesses so that they can elevate their own vision without having to be at the whims of needing to proactively develop skills to work with other people. There's nothing about holding back. But from my dialogue with you yesterday, you have spotlighted the example that I was talking about yesterday, where you view people as crutches. You don't view people as incentives or potentials. So I was actually talking very opposite of things. So when you came back, the example was a way to circumnavigate how to lead something by being proactive about it, not being by holding it. Other people are incentives, not like they are potentials, not forms of handicap. They're not handicap. Like, people start businesses because they, so no, I don't necessarily think so. A good example would be, you can spotlight, right? You can spotlight businesses that failed because the people held them back, right? For example, sorry, I'm very biased in this department. I tend not to have great examples because other people provide that example. So many people like to give me examples of businesses that failed because of other people, right? I would need to think of a business where, when you start a business, the person cared, right, about people, and then the people that work for them took advantage of it. So we would need to think of a business where a person who is empathetic, who wanted to start a business to help people, and then the nature of that business caused people to abuse this privilege and then destroyed the business in the process, like opportunists. They're an example of, right off the bat, recently. 23andMe? Possibly. I'm not sure. That needs some transparency. That needs like a documentary or something. Like, there's not enough information. But I would say something like where the vision of the original founders were to, you don't quite want to give a solid example, but I would hear that a business was started by two people and then one of them would go ahead and take ownership of the business and kick the other person. That's a great example. That is a great example. Now, I want to say, hear me out. I want to say that the co-founders, right? So we're not talking about sole proprietorship anymore, right? Like the examples that I was talking about when you said if there are other reasons some one person started business. So I only specifically talked about sole proprietorship because I was talking about content creation, starting as a sole proprietor. But in the case of co-founders, the dynamics then have to come from considering the dynamics before they started the business. And so now we have two-body problem, right? Now there's a two-body problem. So the question is, what was their relationship before the business started? The whole interpersonal relationship thing is to circumvent and bridge a lack of interpersonal skills. So two people, when they co-found things, they have specific interpersonal skills already. Now, does that relate to a judge of character or the judge of dependency, right? oftentimes in my opinion, I'm not saying I know if this is the case or not. I would say if I had to think about social behavioral dependencies, two people that ends up in a conflict of interest of this nature down the road are individuals who find each other dependable, not reliable. They often see each other as colleagues and not friends. And what I mean by that is friends in the communicative standpoint that they are willing to go down with the ship together, then having a conflict of interest of who is right later down the road based on performance. So there would be like a splintering of ownership, right? It would be steering clear. And yes, it can lead into that. So people can start as reliable people to each other and then splinter into dependency or independency, right? They can split into specific independence, like I don't need you anymore, so I'm gonna run with this business. I think you're wrong and we no longer agree on this stuff. And oftentimes, to me, that's a meritocracy. That's the idea of weighing subjective sentimentalism as a secondary to business. That is certainly true with two people. A limited liability partnership is what I would akin to that situation. The example I was specifically talking about was sole proprietorship. And oftentimes sole proprietors have consequences too. And a lot of the notable ones, when you have someone who loves the business, like the start a business without the empathy or interpersonal skills, is often let's say family members who start the business and then their family life suffers. Right, that can be an interesting indicator that there's something more important than interpersonal skills and maintaining social connections. When someone places the business aspect on top of their establishment. So that's a negative example of these things happening. And then the positive example would be someone who still starts a business out of their passion, and they realize how much they become appreciative to their audience and how much they can't express how much of their thanks every day, to the point where most of their I'm thinking of specific content creators now would spend the majority of their time constantly reinforcing the idea that it was not made possible without the people who happen to become part of their lives, both parasocially or directly, due to the consequences of pursuing their hobby, which become a business. So we can cue a lot of those individuals now, and in that time, those individuals also became family members. They started a family during that period. They might have even met their significant other through that process. So those are the positive experiences. So sole proprietorship can most definitely ruin your social life and as well as promote it. And I think one is far more common than another right now. And that's what I was going to allude. But yeah, the business, the limited liability partnership examples, we're not going to use solid examples, obviously, but there are certainly very, very prominent examples when there are co-founders. Two, it gets exponentially shaky when it's three. The example that I know that have 4 or 5 is kind of nebulous because the groups break up very quickly. So like I can think of a company that has 5 co-founders and immediately it goes down to 2 very quickly because social links are too stretched. 5 co-founders. But the 2 one, yeah, very, very I got some solid examples. But I try to refrain from talking beyond my knowledge. So when I said 23andMe, that's because that's a current event right now. So people have eyes on 20. I'm not suggesting that I know something about it, but the mission statement that 23andMe was started on was, I think, spearheaded by more than one person, I think. However, that vision was given the motivation that they are caring about society. So there was a huge societal component, right? It was deliberately a service company to provide something that is incredibly delicate to a lot of people, and it connects people. I really liked that idea. And this is also a personal example because I was formerly someone who worked in genetics, actually very specifically about accessing genome changes and mapping genomes. And the most recent current event would suggest that might not be the case. It might not have ever been the case. And that is a very negative example, for sure. One last thing, like to wrap up this. I don't think being empathetic or always concerning with other people, I don't think everyone has that privilege, right? And I don't think it is a 100% safeguard to that type of problem where you have a conflict of interest. It's not personal, it's business. You know, the segregation of emotional choices and business oriented choices. I am making commentary on the idea that despite things going south for a lot of people, they are people who then have other things that balance that out. Like, two founders have a conflict of interest. Well, objectively speaking, I like to think they both remained pretty rich and wealthy. And then the one that is like feeling the most sour may also be adjusted enough to have friends and family that allow them to start over and continue living a life that is less sour. And then the one that is going off on their own, maybe something else balances it out. The idea is that that moment, that choice that they made for adjusted human beings would have counterforces. Now, in the light of the internet, I don't necessarily think people feel that way. I think I think younger individuals, youth, believe there's one way or the highway. And there's one aspect, one optimal aspect, and one optimal path. And that is sufficient enough for the rest of their lives. And when they go into adulthood, they will continue to believe. And the moment they meet someone else, or maybe are forced to do something with someone else, you can get really, really lucky, and those are exactly your ideal people. So then you double down on that stuff. Or the more likely scenario is that you meet someone with a conflict of interest, or meet someone who's opportunistic, which is more like that situation where someone would tell you, oh yeah, you know, you have a really great skill, you're one-track mind, you're really good, how about we work together? And then the person who unfortunately is more adjusted would be like, okay, well, I've got enough of my usefulness from you. There are other things that are more important to me, so you are no longer more useful. Sorry, it's not personal, it's business. And now, what happens to the other person who has a one-track mind? Well, they're probably going to spend most of their life trying to recover from it. And I like to think, personally, in my opinion, that they were well-adjusted enough to recover from it in the first place. But it often feels like a zero-sum game, or very, very early thought. And this goes back to where I digressed about youth, which is youth is rarely or I like to think it's a zero-sum game, unless you grew up with Chinese parents. A stereotype, but I'm trying to make a joke at my expense and obviously my parents. When I was growing up, my life was a zero-sum game. It was made to feel like a zero-sum game. You got an F, change it, or else your life is going to be ruined. You got a B, make it an A so you can be successful. You didn't get into the best college, do it. We won't settle for anything less than the best college, right? So, and that goes all the way back to the beginning of all this digression, how it relates all the way down the line. Zero-sum games are interesting, and I think I lived my life very early on knowing how to mentally be living in a zero-sum game. As I got older, especially when I left the house, my parents wasn't giving me a zero-sum game. Even if I failed, they would just push me harder, but they wouldn't like abandon me. Very grain of salt, because I can't speak for what it's like if in China or Japan, but the decorum here is usually you don't abandon your children on a sink or swim thing. Like, you're not like super hyper in that. The thing is, I'll never know because I didn't fail. Due to that pressure. So am I grateful for it? I mean, whatever I say today is a result of push. So like, if I continue to believe that, then if I was still that same person, I would start a business and I would recruit someone based on what they can do, right? And the other person is literally expected to do the same because that would be a common interest. So me and my partner who will start a business, we know what our stake is in this business. When that stake changes, I would throw that other person under a bus. Or they would, and I would expect them to throw me under the bus the moment I underperform, right? So if our interest diverts, it's business, not personal. Nowadays, though, I was trying to channel my like 18-year-old self. Nowadays, I choose people based on reliability, on character, a lot of times. Like, oh man, this guy's kind of unrefined, rough around the edges, but man, he wouldn't give up if he falls down. That I feel like I want that person. That person is so it's a blend. It's like he's not the best, he's also not the worst. And he has other character, like the person, that theoretical partner has different characteristics. And I'm willing to say being mildly successful is better than being a catastrophic failure for one of us down the road. Now, it's not going to guarantee these things, obviously, but the likelihood would go down. Like, if at all, my personality is I would select someone with potential, rough around the edges, and when they exceed me, I would concede the business to them. That's like the other possible outcome, where you have two founders, and the other founder was like, I'm too old for this. I trust my friend. I trust my we've been working for so long. This person, this person has so much more qualifications than me, and I'm just tired. So I'm gonna leave the rest of the business to this person. That's probably more of the outcome that I would probably have now that I'm old and less aspiring and less pushing. I see someone, I want to work with them until they are successful and they become independent, and I'm just gone. Like, keep on doing what you're doing. It's more of a teacher thing. That's kind of how I like teaching. I love teaching because the goal is to see potential, but you need to have enough trust with them in order for them to trust you enough. And then you hope to live up to that trust to make them independent. and then they go on and do their thing. So if I ever had a business proposition, my contract or my sentimental verbal contract with this person is, when this business becomes really big, you're taking over. I don't want to be part of the business because I just want to be your friend. That's what I would do. And like personally, to illustrate the whole business aspect of the limited liability partnership. My father and other family members, they co-invested in something, and after a while my father was like, I can't deal with this anymore. It's too much. It's like creating malice. It's creating the social aspect that we have already. Like if I were someone's friend and I would go into business together, I am more likely to leave the business the moment it becomes strictly business. And that's what I would do in order to counteract. When I was younger, I would go into a business with the business partner, knowing that my business partner would throw me under a bus if I'm holding the business back, and I would throw them under a bus if that holds my business back. Youth, much younger, there's a lot of time, but I'm like, I know I say this a lot of time, I'm not 40 yet, but for myself, if I enter a business partnership with someone who's much younger, I expect them to be far more ambitious. And if they throw me under a bus a lot earlier than I would expect, that also means that the business probably had become successful, so I'd be compensated for it. But losing a friend is far more devastating to me than or losing like a protege or losing legacy than I'm trying to prop up a business. So I will most likely enter a partnership with someone who already can profit from me. And I know how that sounds, but there's only so much greed that you want for your own, for at least for my personal self, that I kind of want more. I kind of want other people's good faith. I want other people's trust. That's priceless. Or it's harder to buy with objectivity than greeding for more money and whatnot. So I would, it sounds like it's a recipe for getting neglected and abused. It's like, yes, I know. So when I was younger, I was a yes man. I didn't know how to say no, but I also was very, very terrible at saying no when people are taking advantage of me, and then saying no because people trust me as well. So I was terrible at both of them. Like, I was terrible at seeing that my friends feel guilt if I keep saying yes, and that's kind of a vicious cycle. So now I know how to say no, right? It's like, oh, okay, go on, like, you know, and we don't have like this vicious negative feedback cycle, but we love, you know, we care about each other. And then there's the ones where, oh, they're just here business, like, you offered help, I'll take it and then leave. Like, cool, that's fine. Actually, I'm more fine with that situation than where like my friends and I keep playing this game of chicken where like, oh, do you want to come? But it's no obligation. It's no obligation. It's like, oh, okay. Does that mean you want me to come, or like to like I don't want this, I don't want you to have to deal with me. So that type of situation, that's more of the common situation that I'm in. Like, that's why I don't start business. Like, I don't go in, like, it's the opposite reason. I think the reason you cited is more the classical reason why you don't go into business with your friends, right? Because sometimes it can blind you and make you emotionally vulnerable or blindsided to business moves. If you go into business partners, I would say most of the time those two people may unintentionally become attached to each other emotionally, or one person can become attached emotionally to their vision. Like, the one that gets thrown under the bus most often is the one that becomes caught up in the interpersonal stuff, like being good to the people, being good to the consumer, and then the one that is a shark, a shark who makes the business decision ends up prevailing. and I don't want to enter that situation. So if I ever enter a business proposition with my friends, the one problem that I would probably encounter with my best friends is who would give up the business first, and then the business collapses. But the problem is neither of us want the business to collapse because we probably entered the business to help other people. So then it's a game of chicken again, where like, dude, I'm really exhausted. Like, I think you're much better at handling this, and we don't want the business to fail because the business is to help people. So that's where I am. Like, that's probably, in order for someone to get me into a partnership with them for business, they are held accountable for keeping the business running because it's for other people. The moment it becomes a profit thing, and they want to, if they make it a profit thing, they can change their mind, want to make it a for-profit business, I leave. I concede the business. I can still stay friends with them because I'm no longer in a conflict of interest. I would remove myself from the conflict of interest. At least that would be a personal choice, you know. Or you can go cold turkey. You can burn the bridge, which still means that you're not going to spend a lifetime of waiting to find out when you're going to get blindsided, because you're trying to maintain a friendship that doesn't exist anymore, or like refractorily, or not reciprocated. So that's to me a combination of judge of character when you're entering a business, and understanding the objective, like the investment opportunities for yourself while entering a business. It is very, those situations that occur when two people split, an ideology split. I think the more common ones are they were friends, but there was an unexpected development in the conflict of interest, or the alternative is two opportunists who were there for it to happen already, but people are not very transparent about the aftermath of founders splitting, right? It's either he say or she said, or they said, a lot of situations, but usually that conflict of interest, I would like to think, is two people who already saw it coming. If they have a very successful business, they saw it coming. Whether they are empathetic or objective, they saw that someone is going to throw someone else under a bus because it's business. And to me, the internet and the journalisms, the interviews, you play that up to win the clout. So if you have two business partners, and they're both opportunists, it will look very similar in the outcome, in my opinion. Consequently, in PR, like people who are not deliberately part of the business, it will likely look the same. There will be a victim who play up the victim, and that could be a genuine victim, or a person playing for the business. So it's very, very tough to resolve what actually happened there. There are some historical businesses like Apple, right? Like, you don't know. Like, it's hard to know. But for myself, I can probably speak that I would concede the business the moment it is successful. Like, if my partner shows me if my co-founder or someone shows any evidence that they're independent, I leave and they pay me royalties. That's it. Like, what I mean is, the reason I already have that investment, right? So I don't need more money. I don't need more of that stuff. I just want my partner to be, whoever that I go into business, be independent. Because the moment they're independent, they don't need me anymore. They can depend on me for being a friend. Like, I don't know, honorary chair or something like that, or like an honorary faculty member. That's my life. In my opinion, that's what happens when you get older. At least myself. So I try to leave most if not 90% of my life now, is trying to not leave a trail of bodies, is to leave a path of friends. So I don't know if you watch anime, Gaz, but there's an anime that was recent, maybe now over a year and a half ago, called Frien. And Frien is an anime that celebrates how to enjoy the journey by doing your best with all the people you meet along the way, as opposed to looking at towards the ultimate results. So it maps like a Western fantasy kind of situation, but it was after the event. So now the main character, as a synopsis, she's traveling through the paces that her previous experience had, the previous successful business. The successful business was being heroes, like achieving the legacy of it, and it was over already. But the things that she remembered most during their retreading those steps literally was the reminder of all the journeys and people that she either touched or have left behind. And when she was passing through them, all the people tell you again about their early interactions. So they kept having flashbacks and references to what the journey was like and what the impact and ripple effects they had in that present day from the past. So I like the idea of when one gets older, they typically prioritize all the markers and impressions they have left through their life. Because that's weird. You admit you don't anime anymore, but you don't mind spoilers. Although it's nice to see life that way, to want to see. Yes. I think it's nice, but again, I totally understand where it can go wrong. And absolutely, opportunistic behavior can really sour the moment. Have I failed recently? I have failed. Last 6 years, I think I failed 6 times. Yeah, 6 times. Have any of them been successful? No, none of them have. So, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this, obviously. Thinking and seeing life a certain way does not change the reality. So I will have to tell you that despite my demeanor when it comes to still taking risks, it's a challenge that I find rewarding. So, but this is despite that they are successful. I have not been successful in the past 6 years. Any attempt to do any form of teamwork or collaboration have failed. Most of my success or my reward comes from those we had a dependency at first, and then those people have become independent. So the thing that I talked about, like starting a business, it can be something different. It can be something smaller than that. For example, someone who's always bitter and upset or don't like talking to people. After a year's time, they made new friends. Off they go. I'm no longer as interesting because that dependency is removed. And that dependency was what they wanted in order to have common interest. What I did in order to reach that is I engaged in the thing that they do. So in order for me to understand what their problem was, or like to demonstrate it without telling them what their problem is, what to do, I joined them. So the synergy came from me willing to join in their participation. But the moment that they no longer have that problem, they were able to do other things. In fact, they became quite successful down the road, and they're gone. Like they leave, right? And that's a win. So yeah, most of my like teamwork and synergy things, they failed. But out from that, most of the reward that I get is, well, if I can make one person independent again. I know you've seen a low last time I was here, but I low-key had a go-getter mindset. You leave people be, but also ready to start something. Oh, okay. Yeah, the impression you gave me, like I was just, obviously I was trying to be very agreeable, right? Guys, I think it is important to not sugarcoat things. So, but I often am playing the contrarian. I like that if you are upset, I want to sound positive. And then like as a safe thing. So I would like acknowledge that I would try to get as many examples as possible to meet with you in your mindset. So if you have a go-getter mindset, I would say go-getter things and then offer a contrarian, largely because I think if you bump into people like that or have people like that at very early on, it means nothing can get in the way. Like very few things can get. So it's nice to see that at both times you have expressed different contrasting points. Like I don't think the point you made was that much in line with the, and I love that. I absolutely love that. And for the record, one reality that I typically tell everyone is I'm speaking from a point of privilege. So it has been very obvious to me that one thing that I cannot empathize with very well anymore, like for lots of purposes of understanding how the internet culture works, is that I often sound like there is a choice because that is my bias. I think if I can think about a problem, I can find different choices for that problem. But that can be incredibly frustrating to someone who don't believe that there are choices. As in, if they have been traumatized or live in a country or live in a certain circumstance that they literally are not privileged to even be exposed to choices and creativity or have that luxury, I can come off as incredibly argumentative. I think that's one thing that is very obvious. Even for things that I would argue slightly, I've admitted this, that I believe I'm kind of right. I don't typically do like I'm straight up right or they're straight up wrong. Like for example, choosing to learn another language, and they spend so much time telling people the only way you can learn a language, I can be quite argumentative. And it might be unfeeling because they might think that's the only way to learn a language, and they're trying to be caring and kind to tell me what they truly believe in. And that is a problem sometimes. Like obviously I fail in that situation. It's not gonna necessarily linger and hurt me emotionally to some extent, but it is a great form of intellectual exercise. To be honest, it's okay. You learn very randomly that something that I've been avoiding is accepting criticism. Contrary inputs and challenges can count here. It was a journaling session and that's what you found. After that session, you thought you can start easing into here. Oh, interesting. Journaling session. Are you in a research discipline? Journaling session. Perhaps a scientific area? I don't know. I when you say journaling sessions, there are quite a lot of disciplines that would have journaling sessions where they exchange peer review. Sorry, so I'm not sure if this is too personal. I haven't gotten an opportunity to. I was like droning on yesterday and ranting, so I didn't ask you about like your professional background or what what is it that you are interested in? Because usually I ask like, oh hey, how did you come across someone who's randomly ranting and monologuing while staring at a flashcard for language learning? And then you asked me about WaniKani today, and I was thinking, maybe you don't do language learning? Journaling session, like, how do I say this? Like, knowing oneself, self-discovery. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, you're doing that. That's great. Personally, I'm a fan. I'm super biased in introspective writing. So, in fact, that can become a thing you share with other people. Like, what I mean by that is a lot of those like really awesome, well-written pieces of literature and whatnot tend to be born out of this desire for introspection, self-introspection. I have a couple lying around, like figuratively, it's in a digital storage, but I have a couple of like word process things that maybe one day it'll be interesting to share with other people. But it's not that dissimilar from the things I say. Like, it would be cool if I started doing it earlier in age, because I honestly think I was a kind of a butthead when I was younger. And not in a bad way. Like, I needed to be a butthead to understand how to not be a butthead. But I was a very strong butthead. Like, I wouldn't even say the go-getter. Like, I think a go-getter mindset has aspirations of youth, right? This is what prompted the entire digression. Like, what the things you said yesterday reminds me of you. Like, it reminds me of someone. If I can be so presumptuous, I imagine some of the things I said might have triggered a relation aspect. Maybe you are younger than me, and I like that. I think go-getters are necessary in order to have a mindset for youthful pursuits. I feel like I've often been born like 60. When I was a kid, I wasn't necessarily a go-getter. It was more like a must. And that's kind of what by coincidence again, what the internet kids nowadays feel. Everything is a must. It must be done. I need to get A's on my like grades. I need a part-time job the first time I can get it. So I got a part-time job when I was 16. I mean, I still worked with my parents and stuff because they ran a business, but legally 16, I got a job. I need a car. My parents knew I needed a car. They buy the car expecting to buy a car at 16. So everything was like and that can come off as go-getting, where, oh, I'm go-getting something, or I'm working. Most things are like, it must happen. So in a sense, I could also sound like a go-getter younger. Nowadays, things seem more like, for lack of a better word, I'm the guy that would pass you a feeling stick. Like, here's your turn. Tell me what you want to do in the next couple months. Explain to everyone what is it that motivates you to do that, and then how are you going to divide your months into working towards that goal. It sounds cringe, but honestly, that's kind of how I sound when I talk to other people. So in the Discord, when they send a message, that's kind of how I sound. I'm someone who would love to be a father figure, right? Like, I would love to raise a family now. I'm in my 40s. Like, this is around the time where most of my friends either decide to not have children. I've already mentioned this. Every friend I know who is married have decided not to have children. So that's a interesting statistic. And the people who uh, that doesn't mean they don't like children. All of them are very good and excellent with children. Try not to have their own, and I feel the same way. So I like seeing children hanging out. And when I mean children, I don't even mean like 4-year-olds or 5-year-olds. I actually mean people like adolescents to like young adults. I love their potential. I love seeing they could hate me, right? Kids could hate me, and it still be cool to see them succeed. I think that's probably the thing that drives me. I love YouTube because that exists. I'm not envious. There's a difference between being jealous and envious. I think it's generally so awesome every day that someone's like, day 114 on my path to becoming a professional soccer player, and they're like ranked national 1, and they still think that they're so humble still, where they're like nationally ranked and they're like 16 years old, and because they can't be professional until a certain age, right? So that's right, like randomly on my feet, it's like, oh wow, I mean, I don't even think I can kick a ball. That's really neat. You guess sometimes it's nice to look in and find out who you are, and if not that, how you work. Yeah, exactly. And then you can do whatever you want with it, right? I think introspection, knowing what you may not be, is also awesome because it also tells you all the opportunities that you can be those things, or you can try working to be those things. Like, well, I already mentioned things that I suck at. So how do I suck less, or like suck is a relative word. How do I be more satisfactory in feeling like I must do something? I enforce myself to do something. I must do something. Like I must send a message to my friend every holiday season, right? I must do certain things. So I try to balance it out. You obviously I'm not going too hard on these things. An idea like, oh, it's been a while since I felt young. Let's go mentally young. I don't think my body is good. My body isn't getting any younger. I've already passed my prime. So now it's like, how do I stay young, right? How do I try to stay young? So I do things. And then for mental situations, you can revitalize yourself to a young. Although I do have to admit, my younger self, I'm not sure if I particularly like the aspect of my younger self where I legitimately do not care about the people around me. Like I really don't. When I was younger, because when I was younger, like for example, as an environment, everything around me felt like it was holding me back when I was younger. And not so much in like a career aspect or something. People hated me. Like I was a product of discrimination and racism, right? I was a minority. So in order to grow out of that impression, or that like negative thing, my environment changed. I realized that people are awesome too. So there are various unfortunate consequences. Like I have colleagues that went the other direction, or I've exchanged, stories with other people who took the opposite approach, where they decided to become hyper selective about who they trust and who they talk to as a consequence of their early upbringing with stereotypes, largely discrimination and racism. And I decided to do the opposite. So now we're still friends, like people we connect, and I totally get it. Like one of my really like I'm gonna say people I trust reliably, like trust in a way where we don't have intellectual commonality. They were like, no, you choose carefully. To heck with all the haters, like you don't care about them. And then for me, I would be like, well, I mean, if you understand why they hate you, maybe you can convince them to stop hating you. So then we like that's what happens. But we're really good friends with each other. But the idea is, whenever we're talking about philosophy and stuff, it's the opposite thing, where like, oh, we can definitely tell you two are friends because you argue all the time, and yet you're just like casually sharing a drink together, but it sounds like you're always yelling at each other or like being like at odds with each other. That type of friend. Then I have other friends who we sit in a room and something needs to happen in the room for us to act exactly identical. Like I have brothers from another mother, what I would consider. So in order for us to share and like to have something happen, something has to happen. So we have to share an experience because we don't necessarily exchange experiences too often because most of our experiences are very similar. So we don't like converse about them too much. It takes like 6 minutes to summarize a 6-month absence from each other. So the idea is we would need to have a shared experience. This is the idea of having two independent people. Like yesterday you and I were talking about like dependency and independency. My best friends of all, like brothers from another mother, they are independent people. But what happens is we both coincidentally line up in personality. So when we catch up, we have to do something, or else we don't engage or talk to each other too often. Largely because it's self-explanatory. We don't rely on each other for like feedback or anything a lot of times because we would need a problem to solve first. So it's like, hey, something's coming up on April, and then we obligate each other, like we all voluntarily obligate to engage in that shared experience. Otherwise it doesn't happen at all. We just go about our business. Like my friend, it's not like he stopped going to concerts every day, but occasionally when convergent events come up, he'll be like, hey, by the way, I just happen to be here, do you want to come? Again, no obligations. So it does that little chicken play all the time. Like, oh yeah, man, we should meet up, we should meet up in 2 months time and watch this movie. Never happens. It's just 99% of the time it never, because we don't obligate. We are incredibly independent of each other. So that type of friendship is not forever. So when you were talking about like having independence, I was kind of chuckling because my friends are incredibly that way too, like the closer ones, and we just don't interact. And then I have some friends who are far more emotionally dependent. They would apologize and all that stuff. It's like that's okay, but you would have to negotiate. You would have to meet. Oh, I understand. Like maybe I should obligate myself to do more, as opposed to the common dynamic I have. Yeah, I don't talk to my friend. Like maybe we would say happy holiday and happy birthday per year, like in a text, like in a Discord chat. That's as much as we get. And once in a blue moon, we'll have some common interest. When you were in your 20s, you were still young and unsure about yourself and everything around you, and you only started getting the gist of things better a decade later. Absolutely relatable, guys. Absolutely relatable. I think if you're in that situation when you were younger, I think now these kids most definitely feel like, and I mean the figurative average kid that doesn't exist, but a range of the kids online, especially when they've been online. Like when I'm not sure how often people in their 20s now get beat, told that's a good job, or like, hey, keep on working on the thing, you're getting better. Instead, I think most of the time they get, hey, I googled this person, they're way better than you. And then the 20-year-old would be like, I can't be as good as that, I guess I might as well. I think that's what is the most disheartening. If I had to narrow down something about anything I do and share online, is the idea that the first thing you specifically said to me yesterday was, if you shared amazing stories, maybe then it will help other people understand or learn about themselves a bit. I was a little bit pushing back on that, largely because I think there are plenty of amazing stories to remind people what they could be. I think there are very few stories showing what people are anymore. And what I mean by what people are is when people are human. Like, when they are imperfect and they do make mistakes and they stumble, they get up, and then have that with all the good stuff, all the stuff that is curated, personified and whatnot. That's my 2 cents. And I'm not a stranger to that. I make mistakes, especially online. The idea is I don't speak like I never make mistakes. I don't speak and express like I'm always right. That could be a crutch. Or, personally, my euphemism is I'm at least showing that I'm human. And I know I went into a little rant yesterday about the amazing stories I have are probably very mundane stories. And then I suggested that movie. Maybe a couple movies that would tell you about the pace of life, or try to express a little bit about the pace of life. Where, yeah, I can still channel my old, younger self. But boy, howdy, I think that makes for a very terrible content creator. And fictitious jokes all the time. I feel like fictitious. I know fictitious from. He always seems to catch me, like the hot take stuff that the internet is far more well known for. Like, oh, you don't agree with me? Well, I'm right and you're wrong. Get out. But I feel like that would be funny nowadays, as opposed to like normal funny, as opposed to making me feel like what I just did. Or like, I'm good, you're not. Yeah, get out. I laugh when I have a very, I think at least I have a very terrible reflex. If I'm trying to be mean, discouraging, and incredibly trite, then I would laugh. Because I think I'm trying to be funny, but I think most people think that's normal. Like, it's normal to be told that you suck, get good. Well, no one cares about you. That's normal. And here I am, I'm the cringe person for acting normal. And my normal is someone cares about you. Go find who they are. Or see them. You have people that care about you. Sometimes it's hard to see those people because maybe you just don't care, right? That's kind of a rough, more direct way. There are people that care about you. And caring about them and you caring about yourself, they can be together. Can happen at the less people say they care. Most of the time it's you use a joke to deflect. And I kind of understand that. I use jokes to deflect situations that I don't see myself succeeding at all. One situation that happens anecdotally maybe once every 3 months is someone come in and they would ask me a question, and the whole point of them is to interrupt me. So they would say, oh, hey, you're learning a language, which is it? And I would say, like, Chinese, shut your face, and then ban. That's it. That's what they get. That's what they want. They did it. They win. kind of one of the aspects that I hope that when people want to stream doesn't discourage them from doing what they want. I think there are sufficiently enough people do that to get a kick out of stuff. So, based on what you're saying, I feel like we might belong to the same generation, Jeff. Are you telling me? Wait. But there's always a chance that you are like older than me. And hear me out. I know this might be a cultural dissonance, but I like hearing the wisdom coming. And it is a personal bias. But whenever I meet someone incredibly like have lived longer than me, I always want to probe. I become a little bit more aggressively probing because I like to squeeze people for their wisdom. Not that I don't do it for 20s and 30s. It doesn't happen very much, which is not swimming with older individuals. I feel those people either decided that they have a lot of important things in their lives, and it's difficult to make time for hobbies. Yeah, get out. Just, okay. All right, let's go back. It's youth, guys. Youth. If there's one thing that I might be a twinge of jealousy is when I see people spend a lot of their life celebrating their youth. And in mine, not necessarily body, but if it's also in body, mind and body, it's palpable. Very palpable. All right, anyways.
青春
Station. I did not have. Oh, so it isn't. Although it kind of. Station. So we do not have the onyomi for spring. Aru, right? So shun. What is that? Is that an onyomi? Shun? You don't know about ages and the likes, but I'm just someone in 30s. If a topic is something you find interesting, you just... Fair enough. I'm 38. I think the way you responded, like the way you talked yesterday, very evident that like talking to a wall, or like what I mean is not necessarily good or a bad thing, but I didn't think it gave me the impression that we were seeing kind of like the glass half full versus glass half empty. It comes off very different. Going down the line, going towards the standard, like the same pattern. When you're talking about the same pattern, yeah, I have great examples. The same pattern conversation where there's like no indicator that the other person was even present. I don't have anything. I don't keep like a window open where it tells me if the person's still there or not. I just talk. I just go for posterity. If they're not there to hear, it's more practice for me. So sometimes it becomes very obvious and someone is around just staying for the chit chat, and then someone who wants to say their bit and peace out and strike me as the type of person. What does that have to do with the whole age thing? I think there's more potential pacing the older you get. It's It's not universal. However, age has this wonderful way of slowing things down. It's kind of ironic in a way if you think about it. Youth blitz and run and at the speed of light and feel like time is so short, right? And then when you get older, there's this propensity to slow down and reflect. This is psychology, adult aging, and childhood development. If you took like a psych 101 and then go into like psych 201, one of the most characteristic contrasts, one of the many characteristic contrasts between comparing someone when they're younger to when they're older, it's the slowing down in pace. You notice that you like talking, so sometimes you just tune out, sometimes you tune talking. We go, yeah, that's when you said the thing about you're a person that likes to know what you want, don't necessarily worry about what the other person is concerned with, and then you stay for whatever interests you. I treat the talking thing the same way. So that is a very empathy. Regardless. And some days I don't have any stories. So then I'm kind of at the serendipitous encounter. But I usually prepare a story here and there. Alright. I talk kids to sleep. That's a superpower, in my opinion. Have you talked someone to sleep before? I think getting a hyperactive 40-year-old who constantly believe the world is like crumbling around them, and they tell you like, oh, I don't really listen to you, I just put you on so I can sleep. And my only thought is, that's pretty awesome, because most of the time these kids have problems sleeping. I know that's kind of a silver lining situation. I don't think that has changed since I talk people to sleep. And usually the next day they would be like, oh, it was a nice chat, I'm like, yeah. Yes, actually, talking to people to sleep is a superpower. I absolutely think in this day and age, you've done it before? Yeah. I remember like so many times. I don't want to call her out, but she knows that I'm talking about her. We would visit and we would go, like, I would visit their place, we would sit, we'd eat something, and she would start chatting, and I would start explaining something, and in like 30 to an hour later, she'd just be out. We're sitting right next to each other and she'd just be out cold. Like, well, that's good. I'm glad they're getting some sleep. And I think for kids today, if you are on a TikTok stream, like for example, if you're like streaming on TikTok, that is a thing apparently nowadays, and you can get kids to go to sleep as opposed to continuing to doom scroll. I imagine that might be something incredibly useful nowadays, getting people to go to sleep in a manner that they're not. I genuinely don't think most kids sleep well these days. You wouldn't be upset, you would just chuckle and walk out. Yeah, exactly. Since I'm already a guest at their place, I would chuckle, I would get up, I would get a blanket, put it over them, and I would just continue doing it. And then the next day, they usually notice. I'm like, no, that's great. I'm glad you get some sleep. I feel more often than not, people who are able to sleep, they probably feel a bit refreshed the next day. And online, I would say, if you're not injecting like 1200 milligrams of caffeine into your veins and worrying about how the world is crumbling and worrying about the next time you have to speak to your parents because that's social interaction, and you just don't want to sleep, or you don't want to sleep because it brings you closer to the workday tomorrow, putting off sleep is definitely not going to improve that. A good point on young people possibly having a hard time to sleep. I guess it is a useful superpower after all. It's great. I would say if you have some propensity, go and make some kids. Young people are it's not that they don't want to sleep. They just fail to sleep. Or they believe they fail to sleep. It's wild. And I can agree with that. I was that kid that anecdotal. I thought my superpower was that I can operate on 4 hours of sleep when I was in my 20s. Fast forward another 10 years, I burned out. That was not manageable. I had this anecdote. I usually use this story where there was a final exam. It was one of the final exams in graduate school. I think I might have shared this with a couple people a couple of times now on stream, but it was after I graduate school. It was an exam that we had to study for, and I had a lot of research. You have to do research when you're juggling classes. So I pulled 2.5 all-nighters, or I tried to really, really hard. And I did like this power napping thing where I nap for 30 minutes, then I pop some caffeine, go at it. And when the day that I had to get up for the exam, I remember going to the exam, but not really understanding how I got to the exam room. And then I remember doing the exam, but not recalling anything on the exam after. And then that same day, there was a lab meeting happened, or like a gathering of a meeting thing, and I clearly remember having a 30-minute gap while standing up. So like I was leaning against the wall. So I must have dozed off for 30 minutes, leaning against the wall, because I have like a 30-minute gap between what happened. Like there was a lot of gaps in that day. So I know it's not that extreme. I don't think young people possibly have that extreme of sleeping thing. But those are the times when it was also hard to sleep, but there are also people are pressured in other ways. It's not quite exactly the same. I think younger people have so much to worry about that it's hard to sleep. For me, I was trying to pump out as much performance, and boy howdy, I don't usually black out. Like I don't drink very often, or like black out and get inebriated, or use recreational things to soothe out these problems. But that was probably the closest experience I have to someone who is inebriated, like substantially. I legitimately have immediate blanks in my memory. I don't remember what those things are anymore because of how long-term memory works. But during the moment, I clearly remembered that the following day I had gaps in my memory. Like I just don't remember what happened during, and that's pretty wild. Not sure if you have a story like that where you you're young and you like abuse your body to the max, and you're just like, yeah, nah, I can handle it. Like 5-hour energies, okay, I'll just space them out every 5 hours. It'll be fine. Like 2 a day is no problem. I'm staying in. So you like space it out between power napping. I'm like, yeah, I'm what is that bad that's happening right now? I'm biohacking my way to productivity. And no, the next day I crashed pretty. I think I crashed for 16 hours. But the exam was fine. It went fine. And like most things went fine. We had like one day. I just basically disappeared for a day. During that time, I didn't have many people who, like, I didn't have connections to many people. So when I'm absent, unfortunately or fortunately, they don't really notice that I'm absent for an extended period of time. And that can happen to young people, especially very isolated young people who might have a lot of problems that they want to themselves. If you disappear, hopefully someone knows. But you do young things. That was my young life. What was another young? When I first started streaming, which I was still in my 20s. Well, no, I guess I was in my 30s, but just counted. I was close to my 20s. Streaming like 16 hours a day, every single day. That was an average. So remember, like, oh yeah, guys, and it was. I didn't go to the bathroom for the 16 hours. I was legitimately in my seat playing something, probably bootstrapping, farming something 16 hours straight, and I would do it months on end every single day. And now I'm reflecting like, ew, yikes. I would have aged, like visibly aged to 60 years old or something if I kept that up or longer than crazy. And I wasn't even that young. I was like 30 already, like 31 years old. Oof. Nowadays, breathe, have a cup of joe if you are a coffee drinker, have a beer, have a cold one if you're a drinker, you know, moderation. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
青春
Okay, 青春. I think this is okay. Don't let your youth go to waste because it will be over soon. Oh, come on. Come on. I mean, that's one way to say that. That is definitely one way to say it. That's a very say it. Alright, cause. Alright, cause. The big mouth is the cause of all your problems. Oh, by the way, Jazz, if you haven't noticed, if I'm reading the most of the time, the mnemonics that kiddos use these days, they aren't that much younger than. But the people who write these things, they usually focus on negative mnemonics to make it memorable, which is realistically sticks out quite a bit because on average most people have mid positive, but negative experiences what they lean on. So most of their mnemonics tend to be negative, and or they lean on like really out there stuff are hit and miss because very contextual, but negative stuff, boy howdy, it happens a lot. Like your big mouth is the cause of all your problems. What if your big mouth is the cause of your success? Who knows? I don't know. Your big mouth caused all your friends and family to move to an inn, so they don't have to live near you and hear you talk anymore. Who knew you could cause people to live in an inn instead of their own home with your big mouth? All right. I feel like that was personal. Took that a little bit personal. Kidding. Original. Gain. Internal cause. Eh? Nai? So this. Oh, it could be uchi. No. Nai. And then main cause. True. Doing. Not true. Pause. Big mouth. I got you. Nothing. That's retroactive. Oh, well, not really retroactive, but good news is Chinese bolsters. There are a bunch of cages boiling. One way to look at it. But you look inside the cage and there's nothing. You boil whatever was in there, nothing down to nothing. Before the Common Era. So, Common Era had 3 kanji. Remember what? Now they added... They swapped up one of the kanji. Oh, yes. They swapped up the last one. It was probably after. They use after and now they use before. So, Kigen. So, Kigen. Ooh. Wait. Kigen Mae? Or Kigenzen? Yeah. This is Go. They use Go here, so this is probably Zen.
Kigenzen.
Genzen. Makes sense. Moving on. Normal. Intriguing. Viking, mouth, and towel. Okay. Normal, ordinary, usual. A Viking with a mouth towel is a totally normal thing. It's ordinary. Oh, it? I feel like it looks more like a Viking with a beak. It's totally normal. You see it? You know, like, let's just put some braids here. Right? A little knot. Maybe a little curly braid. And then this is the mouth, right? Here are the eyes. A Viking. With a beard. Totally normal. I think I'm fine with that. Jaw. Jaw. It's normal for a Viking to have a mouth towel. Beard. But your sloppy farmhand friend Joe has a mouth towel too. I mean, Joe could be a Viking. Embrace the farm life, you know? That's a habit that's only normal for Vikings, so why does he have one? Interesting. When you ask Joe about his Viking mouth towel, he just tells you it's normal for everyone to have a mouth towel. Totally ordinary, or he was formerly a Viking. And now he just settled down as a farmhand. You know? That's what happens. What is this? It's Nenny. Normal in normal, ordinary ways, or very often maybe. They're often usual. Yep. Usually. Oh, okay, that's fair. Every day. Chijo. Normal days, every day. Okay. Common sense. Oh, shiki. Shiki. I don't think. Alright. Alright. Okie dokie. I totally don't know what this is anymore. Let me see. What are you? What is it? Oh. Wait, I don't remember. Oh, say it. Yeah. Say it. Oh my. Hold up.
青春
Alright. Fine. 大丈夫です. Wait. What is the problem though? What happened with the problem? How does the cause of the problem lead you to the read? Right.
紀元前
Genzen. Yeah. Alright. Breakfast. Asakohan. We're moving along. Discerning. Oh, so that thing is discerning. Shiki. We saw Shiki. So a second Shiki. Maybe they're gonna use Sheik. Sheik again. If you sound like a drunkard, go on. When you say things, people will think. Wait, sound. Where does the sound go? Oh, that's clever. If you sound like a drunkard when you say things, people will not think of you as a discerning person. Yeah, that game is great. You said in your drunken slur, but really, it sounds like you think all games are great, which isn't all that discriminating. Right, fair enough. Yeah, shiki. So we figure out that your drunkard utterance are not very discerning, but let's think about people who is discerning. You're sitting next to an extremely chic individual, and boy, do they sound like they know what they're talking about. Maybe it's because they're not drunk like you. They're so chic and have such discerning taste. Alright. Negativity for the win. Yeah, we just got this common sense. Joshiki. Oh, interesting. Chishiki. Oh man, that's not great. Consciousness. Ishiki. Okay. All right. Good luck. There's a samurai radical on top of a mouth radical. If you get to hear what a samurai says, you have really good luck. I have to pivot on this. Samurai are hard to find nowadays, which is probably why my luck has been so bad. Samurai. Oh, it's in good luck. Okay. Guess we're fine. Kitsu. Interesting. Dry. This is retroactive. Wait, why is it here? Oh, there's not. I think dry was only radical until now, huh? You need to dry Genghis Khan. What the? He hates being He hates being wet. All of the Mongols do. So your job is to dry their entire body and his clothes and his horse. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, dry. Anten. Show. All right. Fair enough. Crybaby. Intriguing. Nakimushi. Eh?
Nakimushi.
Nakimushi. You've seen that naku. Yeah, naku is crying. So you add an insect. Yes.
Nakimushi.
Nakimushi.
朝ごはん
Sound drunkard word. Okay. Okay.
Nakimushi.
Oh. All right. Another crybaby. Oh, this. Oh no, not a crybaby, but crying. Yeah. Naki. Goe. It's probably gonna be rendaku, right?
Nakigoe.
Yeah, nakigoe. All right, that's fine. Next one, absolutely. Oh yeah, most. Can I do most? I think I'm gonna type. Absolutely or most. Kind of a degree thing. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Just kidding. This is not the same one. No, never mind. Just kidding. Not most. Exist is absolutely. Okay. We'll keep it. I think it might not be the same. Then okay. The sun is correct. Absolutely. The mighty sun is never wrong. It is absolutely correct always. All right, I got you. Oh, whoa. I have an inside joke about this, but it only is relevant to one person that I know. Then a zeppelin flies in front of the sun, blocking it out. Absolutely, the sun cannot ignore this transfer. Therefore, the sun corrects the zeppelin's evil ways by firing it with sunshine and bring it to the ground. That is a very dark way of talking about a zeppelin that burns up in the fire. Okay, zeppelin. I didn't even get the right thing yet. Criminal. Fei. No, E. I said Fei because Fei. Shi Fei. I'm not entirely sure if Shi Fei means absolute. Okay. So what do we got? A tiger. That checks out. Moving right along. Ford. Well, what type of ford are we talking about? Like that's not a fjord. A ford like a car? I don't actually know what the ford means. All right, I'm learning ford definition. A shallow place in a river or a stream allowing one to walk or drive across. I had no idea. The closest thing I could think of with ford was a fjord. But that is not that description. So, interesting, a ford. Why is it capitalized? Has it always been capitalized? I think. A tsunami is coming and you want to walk over it. So you have to board it. You don't walk across a tsunami, you wade across it. I'm not even sure how wade. Walk with effort through water or another liquid or viscous substance. Intriguing. Okay. Imagine taking your shoes off, hiking up your pants, and holding all of your things above your head as you ford across. I see. Sure. Your ability to ford this tsunami impresses everyone who witnesses, especially the Shogun. Now that you taught him a tsunami can be forded, he's going to start sending his troops through instead of waiting for them to pass. That's a bit of a stretch. For a moment there, I thought this said 10 Ford, as in like 10-4, but no. This is what was it? Unsure. And then mix. Kyosho. Kosho, not Kyosho. Kosho. I totally thought of some different thing. And then Bangohan. That's fine.
Nakigoe.
Oh,
Bangohan.
Bangohan. I haven't ever used Ford as a verb, but that is very interesting. And I haven't used wade as a verb as well. Interesting. Hirugohan. Hirugohan moving right along. A government. I feel like this is... No. We had govern. Under the roof is a bear who works for the government. If you saw a bear out in the wild, you might be afraid and try to run. But if you see a bear inside a building under a roof, don't be scared. It's just a government bear. Is that... I feel like that's even more scary. That's fine. Picture the government bear looking through government documents and snorting gruffly as it decides what to sign and what to reject. It has a little government sash and hat. All right. That's kind of makes it cute. The first government that allowed bears was set up by... Oh, of course. It was all about conquering people, then using them as efficiently as possible. He discovered that bears are incredibly... Angin. Diplomat. Ooh, diplomacy, government, diplomat. Oh, it can be used as a profession. I see. Kaiko-kan. And what could Jing be? Jing? Maybe like Kin? Ke-kan. Alright, next one. A poem. This is retroactive. I'm pretty sure this is retroactive. The flowery paragraph. Oh no, wait, no, I don't, maybe not. What do we have for poem? Was it this? It's she. I don't remember what she was. There another radical to the left? The flowery paragraph isn't just regular writing. It's flowery, which makes it a poem. Yeah. Paragraph, flowery. Got it. Bottom. Oh, we have bottom. Retroactive. Not for not I was about to say not for Spanish. Not for Japanese though. What is a reed? Under a canopy, your clan digs in the ground, trying to get to the bottom. They want to build a nice home your entire clan can live in, but they need to get to the bottom before they start. Yeah, foundation. Soko. Kun. Soko. Suddenly, someone down in the hole shouts that they reached the bottom, but it's filled with water and they're all soaked. So I guess. Are you definitely Soko? What do you have? Interesting. Soko. Is this the only read? Kawazoko. No, because these are hard is a little exception a lot of times, and kawa this one's wish. Okay, requests the thing. One's wish. That's tunes. So maybe ne? So maybe like negoto? Oh my gosh, if it's negoto, that's kind of weird. You know that onegai, right? Onegai means a request. And she or ji. Yeah, ji can mean thing. Well, a request for some specific thing is also a wish or a prayer, yeah. Do you have any? Okay, it's probably ne ne negoto. That would be interesting.
願い事
Negai ngoto. Oh my. Oh wait. Yeah, it is negai. Whoops. Onegai. Oh yeah. Negai. Whoops. I lost. I lost gai. Yeah. Negai goto. It's fine. I totally skipped over a syllable. Okay. Fruity, right? Or flowery.
昼ご飯
Iru gohan. Eh? Uh-huh.
願い事
Uh-huh. Hmm? To cure. Makes sense? I feel like this might be an exception. No, it can't be Jisoo. Jisoo sounds weird. Susu. Chisu. Chisu sounds like meh too. It is a su, so it's probably transitive. Cure, heal. Yes, fine.
直す
Naosu. Oh, for fix. But a different fix. I need you to heal him, and I need you to help him right now. Now. Okay. This also shares the reading on naosu. A very similar you learned previous, which means to fix. I'm guessing that the Japanese word naosu was only one word originally, but now they've separated. Then there were two Chinese words, as you can see. How do you spell the Japanese? Naosu.
直す
That's fine. Pretty useful. I wonder what I is. Somehow I'm supposed to know. It's probably still I. Yeah, it's I. I'm like, I can't think of anything else. It's gotta be I. Putting on cleats in the heart of winter was no. I is fine. We're fine. I is fine. We just use I, right? Walking through the winter snow with your cleats on, you gotta keep your eye on the prize. It's a really hard journey, but you keep your eye on the prize, which is your love. Putting on cleats in the heart of winter and braving the harsh and just to plant a kiss on your sweetheart's forehead. That's love. Oh, okay. That's pretty. Oh, that's not a negative. Nice. Like aishite. No. Oh yeah, aishite is. What are you? Renai. Oh, Renai. Wait, is Renai the same as the romance? Yeah, it is. Like for referring to romantic and romance, which also could be a genre. Aikoku. Aikokushin. Yeah. Checks out. Love country with heart. Patriotism. Okay. A guard. Go on. This raccoon is made up of horns and an older brother. But those aren't really horns. They're part of your older brother's new guard uniform. The guard now? Okay. Sure. Does this go with guard? No, it doesn't. Horn words. Yeah. Gaidai go. Ne? You know the word. Oh, is this special? We'll just stick to Gaidai. Imported. So combine that with the Japanese, and then you have foreign words. Oh, okay. Or borrowed words, loan words.
外来語
Gaidai go. Okay.
外来語
Fair enough. Government office. Is this not stack as well? Maybe not. What does stack look like? Oh. Yes, it has something. This net is for someone who works in a government office. You also take someone from a political office. Doesn't matter who, but you're going to catch someone from a government office using this net. It doesn't matter who. All right. Oh, someone, I see. Net and someone. Go. Government office and public political office people put on the best show. That's why you want to capture someone from there with your net. Imagine the show they put on. You'll call your show exactly 8 hours of bureaucracy. Oh, show me. Okay. Oh, that is definitely police officer for sure. 警察. But what do we have? Yeah, 警察. 警察署. All right. Hold. Hold. Ooh, sorry, I just yawned. I don't remember. Oh, right.
直す
Hmm. Anyone in the office? Oh.
Gairaigo.
Go. All right. Almost there. Two more batches, and then it's rolling over 4 hours. So we're gonna get more review from let's the heck? Ooh. Umie? Me? Umi? Umi? You've seen Koichi. So Fuishi? Fuishi by this point, this is opposite of that. Instead of B, you have instead of not so, that does not have flavor, yeah.
まずい
Mazui. Are you serious? Are you okay? The reading doesn't follow any of the rules you run into. Of course it doesn't. It's Mazui. Think that's how you that is how you say bad tasting. But I didn't expect it to look like this. Is it usually written in kana? Oh no, Mazui. Think about how you're going through this really long maze. This is the second time this. And I don't quite remember. How the other one works. Think about how you're going through this long maze and how you promised a really tasty, wonderful treat at the end for getting through it. You're a lab rat or something. When you get to the end, there's your treat. What joy. You eat it and oh man, it is so bad tasting you can't even believe it. Be sure to imagine terrible taste and the terrible disappointment after going through that difficult maze only to get this terribly unappetizing cheese.
まずい
まずい
Mazui. Okay. Alright, it's fine. Mazui, we know. Romance. Again and again, your heart comes back to the same person. Is this romance or are you in love? Perhaps you have a person in mind that your heart comes. Okay. Then we had then. But remember that your romance isn't a rental. You want to reserve. You want to reserve. So then we have Renai. Hoi. Shitsuren. Heartbreak. Lose heart. Heartbreak. Festival. That's retroactive. To be changed. So not again. Or change. Oh, Wadu. Oh, interesting. Oh, we can't use the negation thing. You've seen how... Oh... Change. Oh yeah, this is intransitive. Oh, I see. Oh, what was that one? Means to change something. This word means that something changed by itself, so it means to be changed. Refers to the act of changing into something different and involves alteration in nature. Right. For example, it can change. It describes changes in weather or the season, someone undergoing a noticeable change in appearance. And this means becoming something different. You can also use... I don't remember what it is though.
Kawaru.
Yeah, okay, kawaru. So since kawaru means becoming something different, you can also use kawatta and kawattairu, kawatteiru to describe someone or something that's different from what's normal. For example, you can say kawatterun, or not ren, kawatta hito. Ne? Or is that supposed to be G? Kawatta hito no hito. Or kawatteru.
Kawaru. Kawaru.
Alright, fair enough. Memorize. Not Anki though. Viking? Oh, there's a lot of Vikings going on. Although that Viking is a little different. It's grass on top of the Viking. I don't know how they determine which one's Viking and which one's grass on top of a forehead. Viking see, Viking memorize. That's how Vikings learn things. They see things and then they memorize. Quite simple, really. It also means awake. So remember that Vikings can't see if they aren't awake. Or they could... okay. There won't be anything to memorize if their eyes are still. Kaku. Every morning, a cuckoo crows and rouses the Vikings. Seeing this, one of the Vikings memorized the cuckoo crow so that he can mimic it and play pranks. What is the left thing? Look familiar though. Genkaku. Self-awareness, Jikaku. A good one. I could use that. Gankaku. Or kan sense. Memorize feelings. Sense. Oh no. What? Wait. Oh yeah. Retroactive.
Mazui.
Send help. Wait. Work? How did this work? What? What? I don't. Sure. Oh, it is this one. Wait, how did the legs fit in? It's C. That's why I couldn't. It's C is what they decide for the radical. Wait. Oh.
変わる
Alright, last four. Illusion. Illusion. We have poop and cape. This is about one of the few times where I'm obligated to say poop. And I strictly mean it in a functional way. You hide poop in the cape as part of the illusion in your magic show. Your acts are kind of gross, and this one involves creating the illusion of disappearing poop by hiding it within the folds of your cape. That's kind of distressing. Somehow, the poop cape illusion goes over really well. The crowd is giving you a standing ovation, and right in the center is Genji. He marches up to you, wipes a tear from his eye, and says, "Your illusion cape is wonderful. I must have it." Meanwhile, he has poop on his face now because he wiped his tears on your cape. And Genji grabs the cape before you can stop him, and he puts it on. And you can see the illusion fade. He keeps smiling, but more tears start streaming down his face. Okay. What is that? Maboroshi. Actually, Maboroshi sounds familiar. Huh. Oh, Maboroshi. Oh, Frian. Genkaku. Wait, oh, this is combining illusion with memorize. Oh, that's interesting. A hallucination. And then Genso, fantasy. You think about an illusion of fantasy. Or contemplate. I forgot what they ascribe to that. Or thought. Alright. As usual. What am I looking at? Soul. Oh no. What is the kun for this? Oh no, wait, but it could just be Solden Warazu. Solden Warazu, that doesn't sound, it looks like a kun time. As usual. A mutual change you make with other people will go smoothly. That will seem like everything is working as usual. It'll be everything is the same.
相変わらず
Oh yeah, that's right. This is the second time. Aikawarazu.
相変わらず
Aikawarazu.
相変わらず
As usual.
相変わらず
Intriguing. Day before last. Yeah. There's no way it's like Isate or something.
おととい
Oh, Ototoi. That's right, Ototoi. Oh, but they do have Isakjisu. Atotsui. Well, okay, this reading exception lets you okay. The day before last, you bought an Ototoi. It's a kid toy in the shape of a letter O that you put on your toe. So, you know it was the day before last because you heard it all yesterday and now today. If only you could go, imagine wearing a toe toy. If only you could go back to the day before yesterday to tell yourself not to buy that Ototoi Or at least not. Okay, okay, but you didn't explain the other things.
一昨日
Isakujisu. Interesting.
おとつい
What's... I haven't heard these. Ototoi we have heard. I just don't see it in written form. Detailed. Say sheep. The say sheep are detailed creatures. I mean, I never thought sheep were very detailed, but that's what they say. Okay. Sure. The reason these sheep are so detailed is that they're trying to impress the shogun. If they're fancy enough, perhaps the shogun won't kill them for their meat and make their wool into clothing. Oh, that got dark. How do you say it? Uhashi. I don't know what the other. Shosai. Oh wait, I do know the other one. We just got it. Shosai. For thin. Thin deep. Oh, I kind of get it. Fusho. No details. Unknown. Okay. That crying again. Crying again.
Aikawarazu.
Aikawarazu. Ah. Wait. What in the... Oh. I'm typing the wrong thing.
おととい
Totoi. 1 a.m. Okay, so I have some... Oh, I still have some breathing. Okay, so I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Very, very quickly. All right. Let's do the rest of these reviews. All right. Oh boy, howdy. Got some new ones today because we've eclipsed 4 hours. um Hearing. Getting a glucose bump. A little brain food. You suck. Sure. Oh no, wait. This isn't cure. Bathe.
浴びる
Abil. Oh no. 50-50? What? Oh no, no.
人格
Gaku. Dang it. Gaku. What? Okay.
動物園
Oputsu.
執念
Shunen. Shunen. Okay. Alright. Alright. So far,
才能
I know. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, wait. What? Oh. What? Oh. Ah!
束
Haba.
Oru
Oru. What? Oh.
例外
Degai.
希望
Evolve.
芸人
Gaining. That's not how you spell comedian. No, no, wait.
Issue.
Issue. Yee. Yee.
Say.
Eh. That was a gut feeling. A gut feeling here. Wait. Old?
前面。
Denman. What? Oh. Just kidding. Ooh,
男性。
男性. Ah! I typed the, that was a typo.
日光浴
Ikoyoku.
画面
Ramen.
お願いします。
오네가시마. Okay. What happened? What? Wait. What happens when you fail? Boots. When you fail, like shellfish, right? It's shellfish fail in the winter thing. Shellfish fail in the winter. You're preventing the, or you're calming yourself. A haiku. YOLO? YOLO? What? Fruits. Fruits. Oh, fruits. That's good enough. Hmm.
性格
性格。性格。Oh. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Oh, this one is like arakaji. Arakajime. This is like arakajime, I feel. Or something like that. Right? Oh, de. Or is it? No. Oh, Oeba? Not that shorter. So not like the Yawase. What are you? Okay, I don't remember. What am I looking at? Something makes me want to type. Okay. Okay, just that is not it. uh like hope? What am I hoping? Somehow I kind of want to say I don't know. On to the next. What? Oh. Oh no, HanziHero. What is O? Hmm.
骨格
Gaku. Oh, kidding.
外面
What? That's close enough.
性病
Ebyo.
遠足
遠足. Eh?
顔面
Anme. Ne? Uh, Oh no. What am I looking? Wait. What's the right thing? Gotta move. We gotta move that one.
本能
Oh no. Wait. What? Like foundations? Fundamentals? Main abilities? Principles? Basics? Body, oh, like ability? What? Main ability? Honno teki. Teki ni. Eh? Yabai. Eh. Oh, wait, no. Patience? Ay, what in the actual tarnation is this? Main ability. What? Book a bill. Book quite cut it. I don't think. I have no idea.
場面
Eh. Scene? Sure.
– 理性
Dice. Rationale. Ah. Oops. In. In. Complete. Oh, no.
完了
Anyo.
– 完全
Or holy. They're complete. They're reasonably.
格好
Oh. Sticky. Oh. Form. Oh, I keep misspelling it.
Geinokai.
Enokai. Oops. Wait, Genokai. Oh.
Kamen.
Amen.
Ganbo.
Ganbo. What? Wait. Wait. Oh. I keep typing the wrong. Oh my god, dude. Ko, I. Kopai. No, no, Kopai. Oh, Kopai. Hold up. Old. Oh. That's not even right. Oh,
Kosetsu.
kosetsu. Kosetsu. Ah. Oh,
妥協。
妥協。
基本。
基本。
地面。
地面。
女性。
YOLO. That didn't work. Nope. That doesn't work. Hmm.
失望。
Tubo.
面白い。
白い。What does that mean? Aired? No. It's like a shellfish, right? With the knife stuck to the side of it. And trying to say something and it turns out Awa turns into Gawa. Oh, stab to the side. Right, the side. Oh, no. This is hone.
骨、
周期、
Yuki. Shuki. Like. 私は oh, wait. 私はデリ。Like, okay, I mean, those are all fine.
人参、
What? Oh, what?
頑固、
Ganko, Ganko.
「せっかく」
Sekkaku.
「芸者」
芸者。
「マイル」
マイル。
「卒業」
卒業。卒業、
「公園」
公園。ああああ
「念願」
ガン。
「遠い」
遠い。 What am I looking at? Oh,
周り、
周り。 There.
例文、
例文。 Oh.
政府、
政府。 What? Oh. What?
能力、
能力。 Oh, wait.
「式」
式。
合格する、
合格する。合格するね。Uh,
一例
Yeah. We're about to come up on all the passes. Oh.
望む
What is it about? Like a thin line with a oh yes. Oh, you know, soldier slammed the fish on the ground and but what? I'm gonna say that's not it. Ashiki. Oh, they have to cook it. They have to cook it. What was the other thing? It was hay and hyo, probably. Oh no. Save me from this. Wait. Did we learn something? No. Day, but it's not day. Gotta be our coon. What is our coon? Might be our only so far. Okay, what? Oh no. Something makes me want to do like Tatoeba. For whatever reason. Oh, it is Tatoeba.
例えば
Wow. Gut feeling. Tatoeba. Like for Tatoeba. The only thing I could connect was Tatoeba. And that was your oh, and then now I know that.
望み
Oh, and I know this too. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, Kansei.
完成
And then what happened here? So, ability? Main ability? Like your... Main ability? I'm just habitually stuck on... Maybe like... No, I'm thinking... Wait, I'm stretching way too far. Go back. Go back. Look, think... How can book or subject ability, body, function? Oh, what do we have? Yeah, that doesn't help. No, those things don't help. Kanji time dayone. No. Yeah, yeah. Yabai やばいって感じたんだよね。だよね。 Oh, no, it does. It's instinct. Oh, man. Wow. What a clutch. I'm like, does it help? It kind of did. Kind of did. Okay. All right, let's go over that stuff. The recess of the back of the mine. All right. So now we got to do our mnemonics. The criminal. Comfort. Nothing. Good luck. Tiger. Poem. Guard. Festival. Okay. And now we're looking for the mnemonic key. Genji. Cyborg. Anna. I don't know what it is for Gawa. Gawa. Oh, you're trying to say Kawa. Right. But you trip. That's fine. That's a little weird. Kind of a meta. A and Hyo. We'll worry about secondary readings a little bit down the line. Donut. Chio? Chio what? Is it like Shio? I have no idea what near rhyme they use for that. She owes. Ooh. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sexy. This one's for producing a consistent problem. No. R A Ume Umezume. In Yo. I almost had it. Now it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. All right. On. Zeppelin. How did they do this one? Oh, where it is. On. Soaked. I. Government office, government building. And then, yeah, we're skipping that one. Rental. NG. Shogun. Okay. Vikings. Too long. Oh, memorize the. Oh, I wasn't close. So. Aku. This is net government building. Show. Oh, yes. Put on a good show. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, it's the Ford thing. Oh, it's Ford. Oh, walked. Ford, which means Shogun. This one is tough. I lost this down. Drunkard, word. Blur your words. Oh, Shiki. Speak. This is winter, your failure. Failure haiku. Ugh. A pep talk. Oh, some of these are gonna be problematic tomorrow. Hey. That's been okay the following day though. Yen Dai Anna. I think that Gawa Kawa is on. Good. Yeah, Kawa is in soba. Okay. Eh. Do. Do. Seki. I think Seki's on despite living staying alone. I Ume might be Kun actually. In Jo Shi An Ze Jo An Soku I Go Den Kaku Gen Jo. Yep. That turned out really excellent today, honestly. But the reviews were fine too. Even near the end, I was like, yeah, a tatoeba. Ooh, I think I pulled tatoeba out of my feelers all of a sudden. So what is it for the next day? Also, we're gonna so largely all the things. I do want to start early. It does give me an opportunity to start early. I need to shift my time. Things are getting a wee bit too late, you know. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. I know I digressed a little bit on the point of youth. But youth is, yeah. Youth brings back memories. Brings back a lot of useful. How am I talking about youth at the intersection of adulthood? It's such a interesting contrast when I exchange stories with other people. I got so many anecdotal stories from other people I can share. Alright folks, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. You're always free to come on by, share a little bit, exchange ideas, talk about your journey, what have you. Here to chit chat, you know. I practice these monologues myself, but personally they are, as a full disclosure, they are inspired by other people. Most of these conversations and digressions and personal anecdotes, I do share personal anecdotes. They're always they often are coupled with my interactions with other people, and people share stories, and then watching of tons of watching. I've already shared how my routine incorporates that before the stream. I used to do it in a more haphazard way where I have certain stories in my back pocket and I refine them over time. But now I'm in the discovery process. Well, I tend to have 2 or 3 little back pocket stories for a monologue here and there. Whenever I use to see fit, be fit to use them, I imagine. Alright, so until then, right, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch again, try to walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzi. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第164天 is day 164. This is as usual. Keep it going until our first masters. Getting close. Getting close. Alright, let's hop into our lesson. There might be a slight audio, like a mic change, because I had a technical difficulty for whatever reason. Trying to get to the bottom of this. Might be a hardware change or some sort of software collision, but my mic is being compensated with extra gain today. Somehow it's lost its sensitivity. Hopefully, not a hardware failure, but I do have to strongly consider buying a backup mic and or a new primary mic, right? Anyways, heading in to our lessons.
无限
无限 not 无限线 silver and hills, not limited, infinite, limitless. 爱的 let's see, 爱的力量 爱的力量是 or 力量是无限的。
爱的力量是无限的。
无限的。I like that example. The power of love is infinite. 爱的力量是无限的。
无限依靠
依靠 depend on or dependently on, yeah, okay. 依靠 oh, we're having a very supportive, a lot of supportive, that's a coincidence, supportive vocabulary that I might adopt very quickly. 依靠 how did the yi work? Right, and then kao is burning. Don't remember why it's kao, but I don't think we're gonna need to rely on the mnemonic. Something about prisoners and prisoners. What is this? Declaration? Hermit the frog. Hermit in the barn? The heck is cow work? This has been so long. Hermit is in the bathroom of the barn looking for a lost declaration. He finds it and leans on the sink. Suddenly a prisoner comes in and arrests him and makes him put the reason he pulls out a declaration and said no one can lean on. Ugh, no wonder I don't remember that one. Okay. 孩子们依靠父母常常
孩子们依靠着父母成长。
成长 oh no, 长 whoops 成长 grow up, okay, interesting, change to grow up. 我们应该互相依靠。
依靠
哦，
逐渐
to pursue 渐 How did this work out? The special, oh, gradual, yeah. So pursue gradually, which is gradual. Gradually refers to something that gradually happens as a trend or event pursues its logical end. Okay, fine. 逐渐变暖了. Oh, it's getting warmer.
逐渐免费
Hey, free? Yep, avoiding expenses is free. Or free of charge. 这边什么？这边我杂？那杂？Yeah. 这边杂？杂？这边杂？ What am I looking at? 杂志. I want to say 杂志, but might not. It's kind of funny because it's 杂志. For magazine. 这本杂志可以免费 obtain 免费 What is the page with the That's upsetting. It is Ling. Man. Ling Qi. To obtain? Ling Qi. Really? Ling Qi.
这本杂志可以免费领取。
Qi. 杂志. Okay, it's true. I don't know if I have that true. James Bond. Something with a soldier and a heart. And words. Oh, I do. No. Yes. If so, I forgot.
免费茶叶
Yeah, tea leaves, literally tea leaves. 这包茶叶是我从中国带回来的 Yeah. This bag of tea leaves is what I brought back from China, but from China I brought back. Or I bring back. And because this is probably in the past tense or kind of assumed from past tense, so it's back, so it's brought back. So there really isn't anything that would indicate that.
茶叶
Yeah.
无限
无限 Not done. Then help.
免费
Hey.
依靠
Oh.
茶叶
茶叶 Wait. Hold. Yellow?
逐渐
Yeah. How does it do? Yes. Alright. Structure. 结构. Oh no! It's the 结 is my worst nightmare. I think of all the characters, 结 is probably top 5 scare. I scared 结. 结构. Okay. How does the goal work? You have to what? Construct. I construct. Structure. A structure is what you get when you tie up and finish off something you have constructed. Yeah, but that describes so many things with 结. Don't understand. Just don't understand, Kevin. Kevin, we need to talk about this. 结 ties up figuratively and literally so many things. 结很多的东西 okay? Alright. Okay. When 文章 王章的 yeah 文章的结构很轻 something 清晰文章的结构很清晰 it's all so clear. I think my brain is gonna explode soon. how like I need maybe I should go in. I think once you get around HSK, I feel eventually I'm gonna hit my synonym phase, and that's gonna be a little before HSK 6 probably, where everything just starts to blend together. It's like, okay, well, you could say it this way, you could say it that way. Now I just need to go and ask people what their preference is when they're describing. Like when you're describing that the mirror is very clear, like it's not smudgy, what do you use? And then when you look through a window and it's very clear, what adjective do you use? And then when you're talking about knowing something very clearly, which one do you prefer to use? Because we got a lot of clear, even lucid, there's so many clear. There's so many combine, restructure, put together, assemble, bring together, create, establish, like construct. Oh boy, we're starting to flip tables. All right. 结构
结构幼儿园
Okay. Right, we got youth yesterday, or young. Yo, how does yo work? Right. 幼儿园 I got you. Kindergarten. All right. 幼儿园 is like an inside park where young sons and daughters, yeah, are it can be generic, son and daughters, in plural. 这所幼儿园有很好的老师。That's fine.
幼儿园
Okay.
依旧
Oh, garden is spelled with a T. Kindergarten. My English failing me so hard. 依旧. Rescue plus depend on. Oh no, old, not rescue. Old. But 旧 is rescue, but not. It depend on old. Unchanged. Oh, the old and dependable. When something is unchanged, we can depend its old form to the, yeah. No, remain, yeah, unchanged, yeah. To depend on the old. Or same old kind of thing. Unchanged. 他的信仰依旧什么？依旧坚定。他的信仰，no， 信念那你经念。他的信 or faith or belief faith 念 miss what I don't know how that works at the moment. Or yearn. Oh no, that's yearn. Or miss. Other faith.依旧 unchanged. 坚 resolute. 坚定. Yeah, very firmly. So, okay. All right. Oi.
依旧
Yo.
树叶
Tree leaves. Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. 树叶在水面上 What am I looking at? Something 动 Cleats, child, and some spray. 不动 Frankenstein with the cleats, child, and spray? I don't think so. 不动 floating. Interesting. Instead of using like 飘 or something. Or 飘.
树叶
I mean 树叶
以免
以免以免 use avoid to avoid. If we want to avoid something happening, we use something that will allow us to avoid it. But just remember that avoid is the thing. Although I think this is going to be true for most yi. I'm sure yi is going to be a thing that is lumped in with other actions and then adopts the other actions. Kind of like yong or hui or ke. Okay, what do we have here? I don't know you. Oh, I just got you in Japanese, but I don't know you. I know you. 闲茶以免去错仔细检查仔细检查以免出错. Oh wow, this one is really weird. It feels like there are some syllables out, but I think this is more like a turn of phrase.
仔细检查，以免出错。
仔细检查，以免出错。Feels like I want to add some syllables. Wait.
以免
Ye. Why am I drawing a blank? He's trying to grow a tree, right? I don't. Oh my.
树叶依旧幼儿园
Target. I don't know the location. Yeah, I don't know the location. Oh, I do know the location.
结构
Oh. Oh. So, oh, typed the wrong typo.
以免期限
期限 period limit deadline. That's fair. Yeah. 规定一个期限规定 set determine. Yeah, okay.
期限
Yeah.
机构
机构 machine and go machine and construct organization. An organization is a human-powered abstract machine that constructs and there's quite a few institutions and organizations as well. Ego might be a problem. 这个机构很有很有赢很有赢赢 I don't have anything for that. Oh, Ying. Ying. Ying Xiang Li. Oh, Ying Xiang Li. Oh, yeah, Ying Xiang Li. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ying Xiang Li. Echo. Right? I don't know how that works anymore. It is influential.
机构渐进
渐进 gradual progress. Gradual being advancement. Yeah. Gradual progress. Fair enough. 监禁是长工的关 something Jian. That is also Jian. Oh my word. We have too many Jian. E, huh? One Jian. E. Yeah, gradual progress is success's key. 渐进是成功的关键。
渐进。玉。
玉 a jade. Oh, interesting. A treasure. Jade is a jade. The glorious scepter has many jewels and a rare metal embedded within it. But the most beautiful piece is a drop of a rare jade that is near the bottom of the scepter. Solid? I'm okay with that. Instead of Tama.
玉。
Jade is jade. Oh boy. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house which he is remodeling. He places jade card and turns the toilet from porcelain to jade. Oh, that's kind of neat. That kind of works out. I think that's fine. Yugi, jade card. All right, jade card. Got it. Oh, they're weird. Yumi, corn is jade plus rice. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. A jade mountain though. Yishang. I think I remember. I remember what Jade Mountain looked like. It's actually really incredible. Yeah, that is Jade Mountain, all right. There's also a very swanky resort up in Jade Mountain. Yeah.
玉。
I don't necessarily have jade around my neck. This is Ponamu, but it's a different type of deposit though. A greenstone Ponamu. It'd be kind of awesome to get jade piece. Maybe preferably in the region. Kind of neat idea.
玉。 机构。 渐进。
Gradual progress. Singing my swan. Preaching to the choir, I suppose. What? Yeah.
期限。
Alright. Last 5 characters. Chi for wife? Oh, yeah. Chi. Kirby is in front of the house. Okay, with his wife. I don't know what Kirby's waifu is like. A woman who looks exactly like him. To tell them apart, Kirby wears a cross on his neck. Okay. And the wife carries around a pen. They sit on the lawn saying nothing. They sit on the lawn saying nothing. That's kind of cute though. Yeah. And it's like, it could be the other way around. It's still fine. It's T. Yeah. Fuqi. Fuqi. Wait. Oh, yeah, Fuqi. Wei Hun Qi. Yeah, that makes sense. Wei Hun Qi. So wife, marriage, husband, wife, husband, marriage, wife, fiance. wonder what determines if it's fiance or... Wait, what's the other way around? Oh no, they're the same, yeah. Chichi, take a wife. Chichi,
西瓜
gua, melon, like shui gua, watermelon. That's just a melon. Hanging from the tree is a claw. At the end of the talon is an elbow that slowly swells until it becomes a melon. We know gua. Gua gua is gua. Gua must know gua. You don't know gua.
瓜
Uncultured. Gua. Goofy is in front of the auditorium with a huge melon. I bet he is. Places it on the ground in front of a bunch of audience members that are lined up and split it open with his big Goofy. With a with? Okay. The melon explodes all over the audience members. A couple of audience members tipped him for his Goofy display. Gua. Oh, we get to see all the different guas. Oh yeah, it's not sui gua, it's si gua. That's right, si gua. That's right, nangua. Why do they use nangua? South melon. Si gua, west melon. I wonder what there's north melon. Is there a north melon and a east melon? Donggua. Oh, winter melon. That's right. Donggua. Donggua is probably winter melon. Now that I think about it. Oh no, but it might not be using east. It's probably using winter. Huh. Interesting. Xiagua. Xiagua. Oh yeah, xiagua. That is definitely I've heard before. A fool. A cucumber. Huanggua, yellow melon? Yes. Oh, yeah, because different type of cucumber. That's right. In Ecuador, Ecuador, Ecuador is good. Pretty good.
瓜
That's pretty good.
挑
Tiao to select. Oh, that type of tiao. I'm making a hand motion because you're tiaoing something, like checking something, or picking something up and stuff. Tiao. My parents use tiao a lot of times because they're checking a box. Tiao. Timmy Turner's in front of the barn. Okay. Where there are a bunch of turtle shells piled up next to the red barn. Go on. He finally decides to select one by pointing his finger at it. A cow goes over and picks it up and hands the turtle shell that Timmy selected over to him. Okay, we got the cow, but maybe we need to embellish this because Timmy Turner has fairly godparents. So there are a bunch of magical that he wished for. They're in front of the red barn, and when he selected something, he wished that a cow go pick whatever. Okay. Oh, Tiao Shen. Makes sense. Just select to choose. Tiao. No, Tiao Shen. Tiao Shen. Tiao Shan. Tiao Shen. Tiao Shen. Tiao Shi. Picky eater? Selective eater? Yeah, that's fine. And Tiao Ti. Tiao Ti. The nitpick. Oh, wait. This is Tiao, not Tiao. My bad. So this is Tiao Xian. Tiao Xian. And Tiao Shi. And Tiao Ti. I was doing 3.
挑
Tiao
粪
Fen. What am I looking at? fin. Might be our fourth fin. Our second fin, but fourth final. Same final and initial. Photo is in the bathroom of the infirmary, which has turned into a rice field. Okay. He works along with some nurses, alright, to exert effort to try to push a big turkey out of the bathroom rice field. They all sweat as they exert themselves, but the fat turkey won't move. Some of the nurses blame Frodo for not being able to exert enough effort as he's too small and weak. Rip. So somehow a turkey got in, you know, maybe he brought the turkey. It's all his fault. Sounds like a Frodo thing. Okay, alright, that's fine. I don't know the infirmary is gonna be sick, but there are nurses. To spare no effort. Fun Lee. Dirt. To spare no effort. To exert power. To spare no effort. Oh, that's one of the... I forgot what this is called. Where when you're trying to say you're doing a lot, you're saying you're doing none in order to accentuate that it's a lot. To spare no effort means to put in a lot of effort. Not to... Yeah, to spare no effort. As in then you're exerting a lot of effort. Alternatively. Funchi. Exert. Diligent. Ooh, I like this. 勤奋.
Fen.
Fun. Alright. What? Oh, that's Yao.
西。挑。粪。瓜。
Oops, I added a G. Alright. I have to lock in. And then I get to go and troubleshoot my mic for the rest of the evening. Okay.
历史。
历史是研究过去的学问。
史。尾。黄豆。
我们家附近有一个黄豆田。
季。鸭。
Oh, what is this? Oh.
土豆。
我种了一些土豆。
That was a yellow. It did not work. It was was the
理性。
你的行为是不理性的。
It's rational, logical, sensible. I use sensible. It's the same. Because we just got 理性. Yeah. Or not really. Just a levels go.
镇。
Oh, that's not that. Ah! I typed the wrong thing. Oh my. I gotta slow down. Hold up. Calm down. Okay. What? Wait. Eh?
无法，
他无法控制自己的情绪。
Like, no method. What is the idea of no method? Not possible? Impossible? No method? Insolvable? Uncannot? Oh man, unable? Fine, all of them are still fine.
音也好，
他不但唱歌好，而且跳舞也好。
That's fine. That comes in handy. Ugh. Really?
« 未婚，
他50岁，未婚。
Oh, not yet married. Unmarried. Whoops. That's like the opposite. What am I looking at? That little curl doesn't help very. I have a block. Shouldn't be a block. Bad. Whenever they stray away, right, they have a modified thing. A corn stalk? I don't know. Whoops. Back.
饿，冷，边，
I typed the wrong. Oh, I got it. Okay.
谈判，
谈判中断了。
Pun. Hawks? Or something? What could? Barley. Not even close.
公司
他成为了这间公司的经理。
What? No. I don't remember. I'm drawing such a terrible. This is such a terrible block. There should be no reason. No reason whatsoever. But no. Drop. Oh no. Oh.
书桌
他把信留在他的书桌上。
Okay, it's fine. I read the I read the negotiation.
约会
他今晚有约会。
Then help.
赢
Wait. Oh, that's Hanyu.
汉语
汉语水平。
欢快
欢快的曲调。
欢快的曲调. What is good enough?
难怪
难怪他这么受欢迎。
起火
房子起火了。
That hurt me. Oh, hey, here it is. Here's youth. Now we're gonna digress for another 6 hours. I'm kidding. We digressed for hours talking about youth and a lot of things in WaniKani. Phrase. 青春
青春
我经常想起我的青春。
全身
全身发抖。
小心
他说话做事都很小心。
YOLO. That didn't work. Oh. Ah. It's Lee. I thought about it a little. Oh, that's a wedge. Oh yeah, that's. I knew that. Oh. I didn't mean.
农
Oh, what? No. Jung. Wait. I don't. Ugh.
"演员
他是个很厉害的演员。
Jung. It. All right, my gut feeling's failing. Gotta brainstorm about that.
"解决
这个问题我已经解决了。
倒闭
工厂倒闭了。
真 试卷
请在试卷上签名。
Oh, gotta think about that.
差点
他差点哭出来。
请假
我要请假去参加婚礼。
即使
即使下雨，我还是会去。
似乎
他似乎有点紧张。
I knew I was gonna have a problem with that.
งู
Oh. Oh dear. Dearie me. What is that? Again. Oh, wait. Fine.
姓
Somehow I just want to say no. Yeah, that's I knew that was a problem.
在乎
你真的在乎这件事吗？
Yeah, all of these are gonna be a problem. They're so annoying how they're That O just doesn't work. What is wrong with this? But 身份 something. Then that doesn't either. Oh. 身份证
身份证
我的身份证丢失了。
是
What am I looking at? Wait. What? Swim fins and postage? I don't know how the swim fins fit on. Moon. Oh, this might actually be a block. I legit have no idea how these things are related to each other. This is a block. An aggressive block. Yo, yo. Oh, is this just feet? Oh, no, that's fine. That is what I was thinking it was. But I don't know how the moon works. Oh, the moon is just the shape of the fin. It is the one that I was thinking of. There's gonna be no improvement. Sonic. Gotta remember. Feet. And then...
血压
yeah.
保险
我们提供各种不同类型的保险。
Alright, so... maybe this is air? Okay. Air. Okay. Those ones are so whack. Man. This one's pretty funny.
Chen. 脚
Oh, we only have one. Oh, maybe two, because I remember thigh or big 大脚. And then there's 火脚, like ham or something like that. Oh no, wait, maybe. Or is that Tui? It might be Ho Tui. Wait. I almost feel like我们需要行动。Postage is kicking my butt. Anything that deals with postage stamp is kicking my butt. I thought I knew what it was, but then I don't. Silver post. Oh.
立即
So what does this have to do with things? 有点紧张。Say something like, I think this is gonna be a block. Seems as if, yeah, that's just a block for all of time until it's over. I'm not gonna worry about that. That's a skip. The more I skip it, the more probably gonna be one of many or one of few that keep showing up because of who is bad. I need something else. All of whose things do not unite any of the vocabulary, and that's all of the vocabulary. 3, and it has nothing to do with O. Something has to be changed about that. I gotta brainstorm. Not gonna try, but oh, that's a different draw. Oh yeah, that's a different.
王位
王位继承人
弱点
弱点。
每个人都有自己的弱点。
小伙子
这个小伙子很有创意。
强度
加大工作强度。
加大工作强。
伙食，
孩子们喜欢小学的伙食。
是 What? What is the whole part? Oh. Oh, that's. Oh, that's not. That's E.
封闭，组成，
每5个人组成一组。
Oh man, I really dislike Chung and Jie. Oh my gosh, Chung and Jie makes me want to flip a table. Then help.
五，酱，
This one's gonna fade pretty fast, in my opinion. Yeah. What? Oh, that's.
问卷，
这份问卷只需花几分钟的时间。
How did the picking go?
“句”，
Whoa! Oh wait. That's fine.
冰，不但，
他不但会讲英语，还会讲中文。
示弱，
在对手面前不能示弱。
That is appear weak, show weakness. Don't.
糖， 存，
Hold.
连续剧，
这部连续剧很有趣。
排队，
请在这里排队。
It's not what I think it is. It's something else.
必，
nearly complete home. How do I? Almost, nearly, complete, to complete. Okay, finish. Uh,
盖
this has been a day, man.
为
Wait, what? I thought it was. Oh, wait. Bathroom. Bathroom. Excuse me. Oh, wait. 满意.
但
Cowboy. That's a cowboy.
烟火
我们去看烟火吧。
满意
他对你的工作满意极了。
Whoa! That's not it. That's not it. One's gonna fall by the wayside pretty quick.
透 净化
净化空气，
净化空气.
低价
超低价房子，
业煤
I don't know what they're going for there, but there's so many things that could be. What is that? Okay.
登录
请先登录您的账号。
热血
热血年轻，
Oops.
记录
护士把病人的体温记录下来。
逐步
逐步实现我们的目标。
需求
市场的需求，
为律师
他是世界上最好的律师。
深古典
古典风格，
古典风格。古典。 Ooh. Oh, typo.
法治、
我们必须尊重法治。
格、
Excuse me? Oh, mini. uh. My gut failed me. Send help. Wait. 念念不 oh 不忘念念不忘忘
念念不忘。迷你、蓝领、
蓝领工作通常需要体力。
消除、
这药物能消除所有细菌。
存在、
那个问题已经不存在了。
Oh. Oh no, wait. This is
强化、
强化我们的技能。
no, not this one.
长江、
武汉位于长江旁边。
Excuse me? Okay.
跑步、
我每天都跑步。
Okay.
甜食、
这家店有各种各样的甜食。
记忆、
Oh, the era? That's just... It's a record, though. A record. Like an era record. Like a record of time. So that's a good one to add to that. You're recording time. A record. Didn't I just stop to this? Oh.
鸭、
This was yes.
媒人、
他是一位受人尊敬的媒人。
登山、
我们明天要去登山。
停车、
请停车在停车场。
Park a car, I suppose. What? Hold up.
吵嘴、
他总是跟别人吵嘴。
Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's not... That's not right.
肉体、
肉体上的痛苦，
效益、
提高工作的效益，
力、
Oh, what?
值、
Oh no, that's value.
特点、
中国文化有什么特点？
What characteristic? Ah, I missed. I missed.
机、 原理、
河水的流动可以用重力原理来解释。
Really, I. Goody? Really? Originality? Logic? Intellect? What? Huh. Hmm. Huh. This.
吸、 内裤、
他正在洗他的内裤。
品、 姑妈、
姑妈今天生日，
镜、
I can bugle. What is the bugle for? Oh no, I lost it. I lost it. Bugle and ear. Oh, no. Yes.
职工、
这家工厂有很多职工。
I like work production? Ay, like what? Original logic. Frustrate. 流动可以动力原理 innovation. I think this is yeah, principles is not good. I think it's just logic. I just But I'll think about principle or basic logics. And now, what the heck? The work and job and work. Maybe like worker. Okay. Oh, we haven't actually reached master. Yeah, some of them are still here. Okay. My biggest concern right now is probably just now. Probably Yunli. Yunli is probably principal. I don't really know. And then what was it? Era. Era is the Era, which is G. This G. I remember having tomorrow is probably when we get the vocabulary. I messed up ya a couple times. And then Dan. The Dan's new. Yeah, yeah, sucks. No logic. Then I went down the more like original thought or idea, the original concept. So like original logic. Principle is fine, but I don't think principle can help with a lot of things. The old ones, we gotta get. Oh, and then a lot of who. I need to straighten out the who. 在乎 is to care. 在乎. What was the other one? 在乎似乎. 似乎 was bad. I still don't remember what 似乎. Yeah, this is terrible. Seems. Yeah, we gotta think about this here. Who also similar. Yeah, none of these are gonna wait. Who? I don't think. Yeah, who? Those are the only two we have. So we need to unite them in another way. The alternative is who? What does that even mean? Oh, like a. That's fine. There's just no. It doesn't unite either of these. There's no way around this. Connect them together. So something seems similar. Things seem similar. Things seem similar when you care about them. When you care where they're at. This one was fine. You care where they're at, but it cares. I guess you can notice. Oh, you can notice the similarities. No, see that's awful. So I don't know. I guess we're gonna rely on rope in a once in a blue moon. So we have 似乎在乎 and I'm gonna look up. I don't think sufficient. It's very weak. Maybe I can get some inspiration from 似乎在乎 记 T in terms of era, the and principle. Oh, it's principle. Something 原理. Okay. All right. Get into it. I knew it was gonna happen yesterday. The moment I saw who being defined as O, and then the vocabulary followed after the last 3 days was like, yeah, that's terrible. I don't know how to go about that. I'm gonna gather some inspiration somewhere else. I need interesting story to grab my attention. Or maybe I can leverage my emotions. I don't seem to care about who. If I don't seem to care about who, then I'll be able to I'll be able to negotiate it. No, 我不知道 who 是什么意思，但是不需要不需要用那字 right 那for now anyway, for now. How does this work? Jade, Ellen. Was today okay? Yi can be a problem. It's too short. There's not much to tack on, but I remember Yi. I do. T is pretty funny. Tiao is fun. Oh no, it's not fine. Tiao is not fine. It's Tiao. This is not fine. This one's not fine. Fen. Hua is 无限免费1号茶叶 oops sorry 茶叶竹逐渐逐渐 What is it? 逐渐 树叶一有 that could be a problem. Unchanged. Yo. Scared of yo as well. Yo are yen. Jie again. Why? Yeah, go. One day in the future, I'm gonna sit down and sort out anything that deals with assembling something together or becoming an organization or forming, reorganizing, restructuring, that type of thing. Like anything that deals with the formation of something. I gotta sort of we gotta lock them in at some point. They're so loose right now. Like unite, assemble, create, establish, then it lines up with nouns that are like organization, group, formation, composition, like united. Like all those are kind of like in the willy-nilly in there somewhere. I'm filling them out, but I need to organize them so I can, in case I get locked in on something, I can think with some context. Like, since there aren't there since context, right? So, man. That's not so. That's yi. 移免. Wait, 移免. Use. Wait, 移免. Oh, use avoid. Oh yeah, right. 移免. G. Eagle. Oh, this one can be a problem. Machine. Yeah, it's organization. Organization structure. Oh boy, oh boy. Yanjing. T 极限 yeah 极限 okay, so we have Yoshi, no, Yugi, chilling in the bathroom doing some renovations of his house, and he plays the J card, which converts the tiles, the beautiful bathroom tiles, to J. That's kind of a neat item. That would be kind of, that's a weird flex to turn your bathroom into. Oh, I can only imagine. It would look majestic having jade stone. Such a liberal use of the material, though. Jade stone is incredibly beautiful. I'm biased towards the color green, though. Let's see. So we have Kirby outside, outside of his house, chilling with his waifu. A cute little couple, The woman outside is holding on to a pen to identify her. while Kirby is chilling with a cross. They just chill there, stare at each other, blink a couple times because they don't really. Now we have Timmy Turner. So Timmy Turner is up to no good again, really. So he's outside of the barn, the family barn, sure. And he wished a bunch of turtle shells into existence. A bunch of turtle shells into existence. And whenever he points at a shell, a cow, whatever he selects by pointing to a shell, a cow will come up and fetch the shell for him. Then we got Frodo. This one's Frodo makes his way into the bathroom of the infirmary because for whatever reason he's not working at. Maybe he's trying to help out, be a good guy, right? And while he was doing that, he noticed that there's a rice paddy in the infirmary, and in there a turkey managed to get into the rice paddy, which may or may not be his fault, but it's a giant, a big turkey. So he recruited some nurse, or he saw some nurse struggling, so he ran to help. But the nurse weren't very impressed because he seemed a little bit weak, right? But I have just realized I've lost the definition of what fun is in all of that. Yeah, that's the weakness of this mnemonic. Oh, exert, right? So they try to exert force on the turkey, but most of the nurse was not impressed by Frodo's lack of strength. Lack of exertion. Alright, and then we have Goofy, which that's fine. Gua is Gua. Goofy's outside of the auditorium, putting on a display with a melon. Right? He just decided to use his head to smash the melon. And some people were. Okay, so what do we have? We have to do upkeep. So, 在乎 care and right, and this is 似乎 just embody all my anger towards this. Seems. I did have a trouble with the other scenes too, which I'm still not sure which one. Filling it up. Seems not the greatest word. Flex on. 似乎 and then yeah. And no. Right. Wait. Backwards. No. Just kidding. Am I writing that backwards? I am writing that backwards. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Gee. This era. Not much about this. Other than, yeah, all three of these. And then principle. What was principle? Yan Li. No, Yan Li. Principle. Probably gonna block it out by like original logic or original concept. Yeah, that's it for today. Hoping to finish a wee bit earlier. Got a really good discussion, a really wonderful rant, I suppose, earlier in the day. This is for HanziHero today. Level up in WaniKani seems to be like leveling out between the 2 days, so we may not take a leap day on these days. So typically around this time, are we on the Spanish day? Yeah, Spanish day. All right, folks, here you have it. The rest is history. That's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, yeah. Right. As always, feel free to stop on by, exchange some ideas. Maybe give me your emotional baggage. Like exchange some emotional baggage. I think I'm starting to hone in on where my emotional baggage is, and it's definitely who is like shot up straight to the top. I think who already passed Jie. Who Jie, He. I'll let you guess which we're talking about. So and Ke, He, many Kes, but very specific Kes. He, Hu, and Jie, and they're very specific ones. Not, I know that it's probably not gonna be enough to know which one in isolation, but the ones that can be frustrating. E might be starting to get up there, although it's kind of negotiable. Anyways, more than welcome. I would love to celebrate. Take that negative emotion, right? Take that negative emotion memory. That's how I'm gonna empower my rote memory, right? If all else fails and you have to rely on rote memory, you gotta empower it with grand old emotions, or attach it randomly to a story that someone else exchanged. Like for example, your problem character, like if you may differ in a problem character, say I don't know, Se, that Se can be then connected to Hu, and then maybe the story that we exchange with each other ends up. It doesn't have to be literally things. It can be figurative, abstractly, with emotions. Yeah, feel free to stop on by and share one of your gripes and table flip moments. I'm not really that angry. Like I say these things in order to solidify my emotions, but I don't think I've ever flipped a table in my life. Maybe I'll do it when I'm 60 for fun. Yeah, generally it's been a very long time. Been that angered, angered inward. I typically don't have any pleasure from lashing out at anyone else. Typically the frustration is facing. Alright, until then, right, stay safe, stay healthy. For those who are interested in HanziHero, right? 大家下次见. See you next time. Take care now. Bye bye.